clean the floor. So what happens is, in the traffic areas where they walk every day, you're going to see light scratches build up. And that's what deflects the light. So instead of getting a clear image of the light coming through, it's going to be deflected, which means the scratch is going to cause it to look dull. Like my glasses look shiny, but they're really free of any imperfections. If I was to get steel wool, rough them up, from there, it would look like they're dull, but really, they're damaged. So the idea would be to understand the situation, to explain it. In some cases, your customers on a countertop talking about a water spot or dirty floors, they're trying to turn a problem and what the problem is, and then you offer solutions, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So this floor, we did some work on yesterday. We took a diamond pad to assimilate what traffic scratches would look like. So if you look over here, like on this whole row, okay, David was running the machine, and you can see it's dull, and then it looks a little shinier, but look at the black. The black, you can see some reflectivity, but you're also looking at scratches, right? And it doesn't look sharp, okay? And there's a reason for that. It's damaged. So what we're going to do is talk about a couple of different options that you're going to have, okay? One of them is going to be, for us it would be the easiest. It would be a one-step, we would call it polishing. Another one would be scratch removal or damage removal. And that would be using our three-step elite process, which is very, very good at removing damage, especially light duty. If it is going to require more work, that would be the DOT pads like you're using over there, and that would be full restoration. And the difference between the three is very simple. It's all about what your customer wants and what they can afford, right? And you do a sale. And a lot of people will think, especially from the carpet or janitorial, that's what the customer wants. But they have natural marble, and it's not cheap. So never be afraid to show them like the diamonds, DOT. So a one step you're going to see is a good way to improve reflectivity. We're going to do a sample. But then at the end, you're going to see that the DOTs will bring it back to perfect. So don't underestimate your customer and to think that, they only can afford maybe a one step, or you can do a one step, or talk to your customer. What do they want it to look like? When I talked about the doorway, people walking in and out, those light scratches, if they go against the wall, it should look perfect because nobody walks against the walls. You can achieve that. Or somebody might walk, maybe do a powder sample, and they look at it and they say, I still see some damage. Can you get rid of that? The answer is always yes. Nothing that more time and more money can't fix. So don't underestimate your customers. We are going to go through a couple of processes here to show you the one steps. We're going to move on forward. So you want to pass around the powder? EMP, you think? So on the powder polish, that he's passing around, your powders are going to have two things. They're going to have an abrasive and they're going to have a chemical to bring reflectivity. In this case, the abrasive we use is a diminishing abrasive, which means that when you work it, it's going to remove some damage, about an 800 grit diamond, and it gets smaller and smaller so the scratches are less evident. The chemical in there works with the calcium in the stone, and it's going to create reflectivity, okay? It's going to remove light damage and increase reflectivity.
This is the powder that we're talking about, the EMP, it's the marble polish. You can get it online at hardrocktool.com.
You're going to find that toward the end, before you vacuum up, that product is going to be neutralized. It's going to self-neutralize. So what that means is, when you work with calcium carbonate natural stone, the powders we use are acidic. And they work the calcium and they create a crystal that shines, that shows reflectivity. So when you have that happen, in some cases like 5X, even for us, we have a product called Diamond Renew. It's fantastic, works fast. But if you put too much water and you get a 5X water and you're polishing here, the water runs over there, it's still acidic. So it'll give it like a shadow. I've talked to people, I feel for them, they can't get out of the job, because the water is still acidic. So this product has quickly become, it's one of our newer products, but I've been trying it for like 4 years. The product is our most popular, becoming most popular, because we want people to have success, and this product makes it easy. If I talk to somebody and they tell me, man, I use 5X and I do this, and I add my own stuff, well, that's great. You're fantastic. But like you, for instance, Nick, you hired Cody. He's going to help you out. So he's not you. So when you bring somebody new on, or if you're just learning yourself, you want success. These products are going to help you to have success, and they're going to eliminate problems that I have experienced. Some other customers have experienced. Now, after a while, maybe Cody wants to try something else that's faster and hotter. What I'm saying is this powder is very, very easy to work with, and we're going to start working on doing some polishing right now.
Great. And on that, any questions?
Yeah. Anybody have any?
Any questions,
special
concerns? All right, so just like Mo said, so we assimilated what high traffic would be. Think this floor being right into the entrance of Pirates of the Caribbean at Disney after like 6 months. You know, high traffic, a bunch of rocks maybe stuck to your shoe, people shuffling, you know, all kinds of stuff. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. And we're going to showcase, one of the first things is going to be powder polish with the EMP, the ease of use, and what kind of reflection we're going to get.
Yeah.
All right?
One more thing too before we get started. Keep in mind this, when I mentioned calcium carbonate, this stone here is black. It's actually a calcium carbonate material, which is infected with minerals, in this case, oil, petroleum, and that's what gives it its color. In this case, there's a lot of calcium, it's very white, and the gray that you see there are actually iron deposits. What I'm saying is the powder process is very similar with the stones. No matter what color we are, right? Black, brown, blue, green, yellow. If we have we're bleeding, a coagulate will stop bleeding because it works with what's in the body. Same here. So there's many different colors that take the exact same process, which makes it easy for you. So I'm going to express that. You want to put some etching on there? A little bit of etching. So these are scratches that we talked about and how they can accumulate and cause it to look dull. And we're also going to do a little something chemically, right? Yeah, we'll do it in these areas where we have a little bit of shine. So if you want to come around and take a look, the middle area has some shine to it, if you will, because we didn't run the diamonds as aggressively. There you go. It is. It's lime juice. Yeah, very acidic. Can you guys see the where we spilled it? More on the black? Okay. Whoop. We spilled some stuff. Oops. Probably.
Whoopsie.
So what happens is the acidicness of all these drinks, that's boric acid, or this is citric acid, things like that. The calcium is actually an alkaline product. So if you ever needed to use Alka-Seltzer, really what it is calcium carbonate. And it's also the same thing with aspirin, bubble gum. The paper that holds the bubble gum, that's not sugar, because we've all listened before. That's actually a powder, it's a calcium carbonate sugar. You see when he's wiping it, yes, you see the dull spots there. And again, hey, I have a spill getting those calls. Oh, to just clean it up. It's damage, 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 damage. And explaining it to them is going to be very helpful in having them recognize the value of what it is that you're doing. That's very important.
When I have a break. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, many
many people they clean floors with vinegar. It's acid.
I love those guys.
You know?
And girls and kids.
Uh-huh.
And chefs, whoever uses it, I love that. Sure. I'll tell you another one. How about the people? Anybody ever been to a shower wall and oh my goodness, CLR doesn't clean marble that well without letting it damage? What a surprise! Yes.
One of the more common ones that we find when we do office is, you know, everybody has the hand sanitizer station.
Yes.
So you'll commonly, nobody really wants to spend the extra money for a little mat in front of the hand sanitizer station. So a lot of times you'll see pools of where it's been etched onto the marble, terrazzo, wherever. So you could also see down the way where like those drops are happening when they're actually rubbing the hands together. And one of the more common ones that we find that deals with etching on.
Absolutely.
on, so.
Absolutely. It's all the alcohol. And you know that because, I don't know if you remember, if they were having little TikTok things or Facebook or things that popped up where people were, with the hand cleaner, it was catching fire. And there was, yeah. There's a lot of alcohol in it. Yeah, that was just So Dave's going to throw down some powder there. How much powder do you use? Good question. I would put a little bit more. So what we did was we used a 400 grit to simulate traffic. Most of the time, your customers are not going to have to let the floor get to that point. You can see over here the damage that he put down. And it's much, much lighter in color. Why is that? Because the scratches are exposing the calcium. The calcium is white by nature. So this is Blackstone white. That's what I'm talking about. When we work at with the powders, the chemicals.
Hello guys, welcome to the live.
If
If you guys got any questions, just go ahead and put them on the chat.
So, and the damage, there it is. Yeah.
Try our best to answer every.
Sounds good. We're gonna work on the tan and let's get crazy. Good question. How many RPMs? We're looking at 175 RPMs. Your standard walk behind scrubber would be or swing machine. We got scrubber on the brain from the demo the other night at the mall.
Yeah. Some exciting stuff.
Yep.
What grit did you say was the?
It's not. It's a white patch. No grit. Okay. The grit's all the work is in the powder. The grit is in the powder. The powder is going to have about a 400 to 600 grit, and then it's going to diminish to be smaller and smaller. So when you go to the diamond pads, you're going aggressive, use damage, and then finer. The powder does that as well. So. But the self-neutralizing part is, when David gets on the machine, we'll ask if anybody wants to get on. They get on the machine with the same powder. You don't have to vacuum it and do it again. We just keep it, leave it there, keep working it, because that's how safe that powder is going to be.
No water?
Good question, yeah. So David, put a little water, and our machine has a water tank, so the water goes right through the middle, which is fantastic because it doesn't get kicked around. A lot of times you put water on the outside, heavily flooded area because it's spinning around, it's dry underneath it when he lifts it back.
So I'm using a 175 RPM machine. It's a low speed machine with accessory as a center feed tank, 2 gallons of water, 2.5 gallons of water, along with a weighted pad drive.
So you're not relying on heat.
Not relying on heat. No.
During the introduction, they mentioned self-neutralization of mercury a few times. I want to make sure that you guys understand what they meant by that. Is anybody here familiar with 5X or Diamond Renew or any of oxalic acid? Yes? Okay, then when you work with those powders, those are all acidic. And if you're not careful, they work really fast, they pop up the shine, they do what they do. How they're designed to work though is they generate a lot of heat and the acid will burn the stone if you're not careful. If you run it too long, if you splatter the water to an area that you already worked on. So the EMP eliminates a lot of those factors that would create a problem.
Do you have to go back and neutralize after, or is it?
No, it's going to be a combination of things. It's the water, there's a small sulfur that's released. The sulfur.
Typically, I go back and neutralize after.
What are you using?
With Diamond Renew, or I've used 10X.
See, those you have to
Yeah.
because of those situations. And this one you don't.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me, I do like maybe a quick run over to get product out of the grout, and also you could have something like our deep clean has a little bit of a scent. It smells unlike powder, depending on the customer. But obviously, cleaning up is something that's a good thing. But on this one here, if you don't see water that maybe is somewhere else, your coating misses a spot, you don't have to worry. Go back and clean it, and not have to bring the machine back out. That's the difference. But you go over the powder, you vacuum right where you're at as soon as you can. Because it's usually so we'll leave this for a little bit. Let's people get on the machine and try it, and then you can squeeze it anytime and just see where you're at. Not very much.
Right. Okay. That's about it. Or not, maybe a little bit more. So usually for me, I will 5 passes, and I will drop down. Yeah. So
Hey,
so
say
this
that a
would
little
be-
louder. That's
that
good
would be
information.
1, and then 2. So usually for me, 5 passes is kind of the sweet spot of power.
Obviously, your working is a lot harder than you would typically work on a whole job, or is this what you would pass wise?
Pass wise, we like to go for down and back 1, down and back 2, 4, 5 times. Here's the thing. Let's say the powder worked faster. How do you get in and out of a house on 800 square feet at $3 a foot if you're going to be done in 2 hours? It's hard to do. So, take your time. You also have some cleanup to do. If you were looking to do it faster, I would suggest diamond renew because it works quicker. But that's not something that a lot of people are going to do. So with your experience, brings you some questions that most people won't be asking.
And then depending on what value you got.
And you're right, time and money. I would go diamond renew and just
So what you want to do is cover up everything that's not because if you see there's a disagree, a slur.
Just so you know, as part of the demo, we will be having a special online at hardrocktool.com for the Elite Pads. It's going to be a 3-step system that we will be trying out fairly soon. So 17-inch and also the 7-inch will be 30% off, as well as the Diamond Renew. That's one of the powders polishing. The one we're using right here is EMP. But Diamond Renew is also a Stone Pro. I will go grab that right now.
All right, Mark, I'm pulling it.
you want to do the whole?
You want me to do the whole section here? Down? I just went up to where we did the top.
I thought EMP.
This is the Diamond Renew, and it's also going to be
I would stand this way.
30% off.
People on the machine if they want to.
So it's the powder over there on this end too.
Okay, yeah. I was,
Oh, yeah.
¿Cómo se puede? Porque
Hey, we got a question about getting the area prepared.
okay,
se joden los gritos.
that's a good question.
Baseboards and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's my question. Because I clean tile, right? But it's
Right.
different because we have the steam cleaning with the vacuum at the same time.
Right.
But in this case, we got baseboards and woods, whatever.
Right.
How can we protect those? Because anyways, this is
Pablo,
How,
Yes.
you listen to this question?
What's up?
He's talking about how do you do baseboards. So do we have anything to help protect baseboards? That looks like tape on a, like plastic wrap tape.
Tape and drape?
Yeah, the tape it.
Tape and drape?
Yeah. You bring it out?
This one right here.
So we have a tape and drape product which is good for that. The answer is yes. You protect everything. We don't need it here because obviously it's a big floor. But we have a product called tape and drape. Yes, you want to protect everything.
You need privacy.
Yeah, you want to be able to protect everything.
Are any of these products harmful levels of stainless steel?
Oh, good question. Which one? He said, any of these products harmful around stainless steel? The answer is yeah. Yes, because this is an alkaline product. So the products we have, which would be a crystalline, the products that we have that would be a powder like this, are actually acidic.
That's
So we're
tape,
building a
and it
crystal
can be
on
plastic.
top.
also tape, right?
The acid that is polishing the stone, as you may know from Diamond Renew or others, leave it.
The way to protect it is this one right here, tape and drape. Also can get it at Hard Rock Tool.
Yeah, that film there, ease of use. It's like almost like that painter's tape.
Yeah, well, sometimes a lot of the times when you use like not the blue tape, but the other tape,
Yeah.
it peels off the paint.
Yeah,
on the
right?
baseboard.
Yeah.
That's why we use. Where's Pablo? You want to show me the gator tape? He uses the blue tape. Yeah, the blue tape.
The blue tape is okay.
Right.
The white tape is the one that kind of peels back the paint.
I always put a layer of blue tape,
Yeah.
but then I'll go back and I'll use
How's that looking?
duct tape, whatever on top of that as my water.
What do you think, Alex? Everybody get a look here?
Alex has got a good view there from the side. How does that look there, Alex, to you?
Right here, it looks really good. Really shiny.
The other thing we can talk about is expectations, right? So when you're out there, the nice thing with when you're dealing with customers is kind of managing their expectations and what they want. They might be happy with that.
Or they
In
might
that
only
case,
wanting to spend that money.
right. So now we've done the etching. A lot of the calls will be, hey, I want some shine, but guess what? I also want you to remove those dull spots. And it'll be you to see, okay, well, how much work is that going to take? Time, and based off of that, which will be targeted for your services.
Was you that mentioned about the tape?
So David and I, we've been doing this for a little bit. How about Alejandro? You brought everybody. You want to run the machine? No. All right, or not. Let's get some people on the machine, man. Have you run a machine before?
Yeah, I have the bigger machine. This is
Right. Yeah, you got a fancy pants one. I get it.
Remember, hey, we want 100% participation. So Alejandro, you're going to need to get in here at some point. So, all right,
Miguel's been doing the work. Let's
So,
get Miguel up here. Miguel, move the powder a little bit.
Miguel?
Hey, we're gonna give you all that glory when we're done. Oh, he was recording too.
Oh, you were recording? Yeah. Yeah? Good. So, yeah, just go.
Good question.
I'm on this side, so I can see.
We have a question here about the cleanup. Of course, we talked about baseboards. We didn't talk about the floor. The cleanup. I wouldn't mop the floor necessarily because
You see, it's
just make sure you use the bristle brush and really kind of take all of the grit off the floor.
And the tape that they were saying, so it doesn't feel this one. Again, available online.
Because you have a grout joint that catches everything. You can lightly mop it if you want, but nobody really like mops the car before they sand it to paint it. And that's, there is some abrasiveness here, so this is going to be one of your best cleaners. And I would probably clean after, because the grout, if it's a dark grout, you might have a little bit of white powder in there. So I would sweep first, and then maybe clean the grout after.
Okay.
Or vacuum home.
Or vacuum, yeah. But see, if you don't put enough water, then the powder can paste and stick to the sanded grout or the grout, you have to come out. So putting water at the end, you'll see it. And vacuuming it should all come up. It's not just clean. But to your point, I really want to sweep it. I really want to get all the grit off. And that's what's going to re-scrap. Good question. Yeah, love that. Good questions. Ready. Pick it up. It'll go to the right. Now turn it up. Up, right, lower, left.
Si el ground estaba negro, ¿mejor lavarlo antes de echar ese polvo o es lavarlo después de echarle zinc?
So the ground is black. Clean the ground is prior to doing this process.
What I like to see them sweep because the ground's always like this, and then I will clean after. Because he's right. Black powder to the top. So we make we would flood the water as well. When we vacuum it, so we don't have as much as possible.
But if the ground is dirty, so I have to try something greasy. If I try the grease, it's not going to damage the shine.
No?
The greaser is up there.
And it's just like you said,
We have
like 4 or 5.
these would be great.
1, 2.
These would be great.
My experience so why clean prior? Why clean rock? Not because someone might be happy with next step to do. Now, if when we've done the
Cody, why don't you come on up here? Give it a second. I got it.
Okay.
Yep. So it was a little bit dry. When you run it with a little bit more water, it tends to be a little easier to work with. Cody, when I go up to the right, I'm going to go lower left, lower up to the sky, lower to the ground, and that's kind of how I do it. What I would do is I try and keep the bottom of the plate going across that grout line so I don't miss anything. So I'll kind of let it lie. All right, going down.
What are you kind of counting? Like as you're going, depends on
That would be, I'll tell you right now, this would be 1.
Right, but like kind of like that same speed is what you're always using. Yeah, are you sticking around in areas that may feel a little more gritty, or are you looking for a certain feel?
That's a good question. So on the paste, on the powder rather, I just want it to be consistent. I want it to be able to move, not too much water, not too little. The term I like to use is controllable. The floor should feel the same. Now, in some areas, when I hit a traffic pattern area, let's say in front of the door, it's going to be a little rougher, right? So what I would do is when I recognize that, I would put the powder down, Cody, in that area. You see how we put it over here, David? He just did it because he did, and that's fine. But if this was the door, get yourself some powder in front of the door area where you have the most amount of damage and run it slightly drier. So now you get the abrasive working better. Because when you start to go outward, when you get toward the wall, isn't that going to look better? So sometimes I've actually had edges I've gone to with just residue from the pad. Pops right up. Where I know I spend a lot of the time in the traffic area. So keep that in mind. Very good question. Unlike carpet, you might spend 80% of your time in that 20% of the carpet. So I like to stand like this. Water on the left. Just kind of pull the trigger. Up to the right. Kind of let it go low. And it's not heavy. It's easy. Move your feet. Put this over so you don't trip. Your feet. Feet is needed.
All right, folks. By this time, there's already a polish on it. There's a shine, there's reflection. At this point, we're just kind of playing with the machine, looking where we're at. If it's the polish, the shine that you want is achieved already, you take a squeegee to it. You kind of see where you're at.
Turn it on.
And you just move on to the next.
Don't turn it off.
To the next area.
There you go. Up a little bit. Lower a little bit.
Yeah.
Up a little
That's
bit.
the most
Lower.
you're gonna get, right?
Up a little bit.
You can use
Lower.
the again and keep it against your body.
Yeah, since it's not against your body, it's feeding you.
When you
It's like an airplane. You're the propeller. If you don't have a propeller, the
it
airplane
might be
spins.
that you're like, okay, you lost track, you're wrong, you're using your head, you're listening to music, you got sidetracked, you walk,
Yeah, much better.
time to move on. Okay. Again,
Give yourself like 6 minutes.
You
and
don't
you
want to just be hanging around.
Right.
If it's already,
Because it's only, right? It's only up and down. So, up and down.
That's the easiest
Hey,
way.
Art.
That's usually
Morning.
this is because you've got the person operating the machine, and then you got the person on the side that's going to back. It's the easiest way. One person can do it is to get labor. And if you're doing 2,000, 3,000 square foot, you'll know pretty fast.
In the chat, I was like,
And even if you don't know how to handle a machine like this, you'll put after a couple 100 square feet, you're like,
It's just powder right now. They're not as experienced as you.
Mark likes it
It's
the world
the
when he
EMP
knows
powder.
someone. Hey, Mark.
What's in it? Magic dust. It's a polishing powder. It's got magnesium fluorosilicate. It's got some abrasive. It also has a little bit of sulfur in it, which means that it's going to self-neutralize. So you know when you use exotic and it's so hot and you let it sit and burn? This doesn't do that.
All the big words.
At all.
So now,
you're to finish this, right? Like you guys were explaining. Of
course.
That's really saying,
Countertop wall, it doesn't
and
make a
this could be removed. You know, take a really good look. And that's what you want to do.
Right. They come backwards. Again, you want to showcase on the piece already and say, okay, this is kind of what the result is going to be.
If we use it with a powder.
Well, these always make it look decent, but you gotta see it in a real analyzer. Like
The thing will be,
Oh yeah, that's marble right
like
there.
bringing
you want to be kind of proactive as you walk the job.
just
Yes.
See what you're looking for, right? At high traffic,
Or,
you see etches. That's something I would bring up off the beginning. Okay, what do you think of these ones? These ones are not going to come up.
You want to run? You should run the powder here before
some
you
of the
leave.
meter
You want
He needs to get on there. He's got a job. Show the class. This guy's got a job.
all right, he's got something lined up.
See that? It's money.
Dollars.
That's a job.
Good.
And that's what the powder. So the powder will work great on marbles. As we talked about,
You go, Cody.
the marbles are very similar in how they work.
You can't control it this way, but think about it.
We had another good question. The question was, will it work on granite? So granite's an igneous material. It's much different. It's denser. No, these powders and what we're working on today is not for granite. We do have granite products, but we can talk about that as well. With marbles. And also he asked about, no, I'm sorry, he didn't. Art did. He asked a question about the powder that will work on countertops.
but it's not.
So what we're, remember the powder doesn't know anything about whether the stone is on a countertop or a shower. So yes, again, calcium carbonate materials, powder, it's going to react, as you see here, regardless of what all day long. Now we have some other things I'd like to talk to you about later, and then you can take it all later. We can discuss. I'll give you an example. I heard you talking to Dave. You're still
Kind of like what kind of client you're working with, right? What kind of money they want to spend, really.
I mean, they're unless you're like really
Right.
Looking for something a little.
So the 3-step is a quick and easy way to remove damage. It's great, but it's not perfect. So to get perfect, we're going to use diamond pens, and they cut different bullets will get you. So when Dave said, "Oh, you know, you have to damage and you're cutting once the 3-step," maybe they do. Maybe they want better. You'll see the difference in the two. And it has to do with customer. Basically, the 3-step, fantastic maintenance, light duty, okay?
Just to let you guys know, we're fully live on our
Something like that would also be great for like a
so
wall,
you can look that up on
right? So you don't have to have the powder.
Full
And I would
live.
use that. So we'll talk about those things. I have a lot of good insight. Let's learn the basics and we'll be able to chop it around and say, hey, I can powder more after I do this. Things that are going to be best for your customers. Because you're right, powder, most people think it's great, they go take, but somebody's going to want better. And that's fine.
I had 5 at one point, but now I have
You
1.
got to remember where you're at. You're not in the Ludwig carpet for $9. Right? You're there for a reason.
Can you show the name of that powder?
One
Of
makes it
course.
like
It's
new.
called EMP. I'm going to show it to you right now.
Sometimes I get people who kitchen trying to match a new era, vice versa. You're going to need to dive. And you're going to need to be able to explain why it's going to take 7 steps. That's what it's
Yeah, my work,
going
we're
to
doing a live
duplicate that.
Right, because like, you know, I've been going through my dad.
Okay, what's going on?
You know, like one has like scratches.
Why are you here?
Ese
That's ahead of us. Matter of fact, I'm not even answering a question again until you get on the machine. Cody did. He's just been here 2 minutes. I know. Yeah, I can tell. You got slime on your shoe now. I'm like, yeah, that guy's.
I'm trying to get to
He's doing
this
it.
now.
But
Even when you get new boots dirty, everybody wants to see you come to your job with brand new boots. He's like, does this guy ever get out of the car? First time out of the office?
Well, he's my brother-in-law, you know, he's gonna, he just proposed to my sister, but
and you only get that percentage
he don't ever take off his
so
boots.
you gotta know how
You know,
to
always got the boots on.
I used to work in construction, so it's kind of having a
Right, and you know, so like the Red Wings. Or,
Yeah.
yeah, my son is doing that well, and they're $300. He
They're
still
like the
has
Jordan,
mine.
they're like the Jordan.
They are.
You've got some comfort too. Some blues, so
Then I
Yeah.
tried.
yeah, come on.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
Come on down. That's it.
Ultimate carpet. I love that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Lord. Yeah, as you feel.
That's a good question. So we'll talk about sealers at the end. My answer would be this. You gotta understand who I am. I'm kind of a smart ass. I put sealer down when I get paid to get sealed. In other words, the sealing product would be something different. Give an example. We're washing cars. You know, you ask me, well, do you have a tire dressing? Yeah, when you pay for it. Same thing here. So the answer would be, it's my house, I want sealer, right? We'll talk about the sealer, but it's probably something that you can either A, you can B,
It's time for a break. So let's break. If you guys want to use the restroom, get some coffee, donuts, you know, let's go with 10 minutes, and whoever wants to, we use the time to, whoever wants to use the machine now, get on board a newbie, get on board and use the machine as well.
crazy. That was like a shadow on that.
Like that hardware piece. Yeah, there's a metering plug-in.
Showers vertical.
They're expensive.
There's a
There's a called the mini meter.
it's gonna be a good thing that we're getting that for like the
Put anything on it.
Yeah, that's the biggest
You know, like it's right. Any color car.
On your individuals, you can see how it's affecting the actual, it looks like a Serato wheel.
So you just
You know what I mean? Whereas, like, if you don't have that, it doesn't show you what the overall change is until you bring it back
To
down.
see it go from
It's called Wave of Flow.
and you pay
I think
for
I
it.
have it on this computer here, just to be.
Cody, I saw a job you were
Get
on.
used to
You
that.
get
You're
nervous
just-
and you just like
I'm
concrete.
just saying,
Brings it right back up. Isn't that
you're
awesome?
like,
Before and after are great for me.
that's something you would
Right?
use in the session to see how much.
I've had people who, the customer stops it after that because they don't have that
You're gonna be guessing.
confidence.
so walls will have
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't wait. No, this is not for concrete. Just all of your calcium carbonate, marble, limestone. Yes.
Send me the file, and I'll run it through my just to see how it looks. And I'll send you something that. Don't send your master. Send me your regular picture. So what are those files? No, like on your session, when you export that, like that's your mix. That way I can take that mix and put it in where your master. Yeah.
So good. You want people to get off there?
Master or make it good mix.
We get it out of the garage.
Right.
They forget what or it makes them feel good to feel good.
to make it easier.
To make it easier when you come around, you want to use. We use a vacuum that's it's got two motors. So when you're actually picking it up, it makes it easier. Yeah, you'll see the vacuum right now. I'll do it with the vacuum.
Yeah, because we're gonna.
I'll do it with the vacuum. Yeah, no, you're right. Don't worry.
I want to see how much.
The squeegee is just kind of for when you use it, just a little test to see kind of where you're at.
En sí, este parche no es para cubrir, porque este parche no tiene ningún grado. Es nomás un parche.
Que el guy to reveal.
Es lo que tiene el grado es el
So, yeah, let me get this one out of the way.
Pero también van a sacar otros parches que sí tienen grado. Pero por ejemplo, ahorita le sacaron brillo, pero
It's already set.
el polvo que
And,
tiene grado.
go ahead and I'll turn it on.
But there's still some extras. So we can make it
Y sí, pero como que todavía veo las líneas. No, miren, este de acá, si se pone ahí donde estaba yo, hay unas líneas aquí. O sea, sí se ve bien, pero no está como... Todavía se alcanza a ver unas líneas aquí. Esta.
Pero también tienen calidad.
Porque el powder no tiene mucho abrasivo, so no va a remover así.
No, sí, eso sí.
De hecho,
Por ejemplo,
todavía
cuando
están
sí, los scratch ya, que es lo que le estaba explicando, cuando usen ya el diamante es cuando va a ¿verdad?
Pero para algo rápido que no está muy dañado.
Y si te fijas, antes estaba medio, un poco dañado aquí, un poco dañado ahí y allá muy dañado y quedó muy parejo.
Sí. Sí, como digo, para algo así rápido que no esté muy dañado está...
Como los water stains.
Los water stains,
¿Verdad? Como lo... Eso ya es...
ya los water stains se pueden quitar sin necesitar eso en realidad. Como un
Con un
countertop,
cleaner, ¿verdad?
un countertop se usa Stone and Glass Scrub alrededor del faucet que queda como blanquito. Eso no necesita tanto...
No necesitas.
No, hay un producto que se llama Stone and Glass Scrub, que es un limpiador. Y es mejor así, porque es más fácil, y más rápido y menos riesgo. Y el Stone and Glass Scrub también funciona en el metal, porque ya ve que es en un countertop va a ser la piedra y luego
It's una cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use that.
Okay.
I have that one. I use for the I did a little shower. And I did glass too.
Oh, yeah. Stone and glass.
It's
And
not
metal.
glass, yeah. And metal too. And it's safe. No hace scratch.
Es parte, muchas personas no les interesa porque piensan que es muy complicado. Pero en sí estamos implementando nuevas cosas para hacer más simple y que más personas lo puedan hacer. Lugares de distribución
Eso lo venden aquí.
productos sanitarios. Amigos ya no se da fuera que ven esto, pero no lo quieren hacer por miedo, con miedo.
Basado en lo que se hizo ahorita de los square footage para cobrar base, más o menos.
Sí, de $1.50
para algo simple, para eso. Muy simple así.
A ver, ¿me dice cuánto nos tardamos aquí? Bueno, this is the class, right? Pero básicamente
dependiendo un poquito más. Lo que va a hacer otro es la preparación para esta diseñada. Recuerde que si va a ser béisbol, tienes que cubrir esto. Si estás haciendo cocina.
How you doing, guys? We're just taking a break right now. If you're live on the chat,
Dependiendo de que si usas
send in your questions and we can answer those for you.
es más pesado, se vas a dañar esas cosas. Y ahí, no, eso no. Y ahorita me dice, te pago por eso, pero me tienes que pagar por eso. Y ahí queda así. Sí, entonces, tomar el tiempo, a veces eso toma 45 una hora para reparación, para lo que hay.
Ya cuando es un piso de 3,000 pies cuadrados. Tenía una pregunta, ¿sí le puedo enseñar una máquina? La máquina esta que me dice.
tú haces esto.
Look at that, still shiny. Good, how you doing?
Mark. Luis. I was here, I think, at the
Oh, yeah.
Yuli?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember Yuli?
I do. Yeah. I do.
Yeah. Lisa, ¿no?
Luisa.
Yeah, Luis, right
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro, got that hot. What, Steamer Bros, you gave me a call?
Yeah.
With the floor cooling?
I don't think I saw you because there's a lot of people in it. And I didn't really, I was with the vendors that was coming, so I wasn't ready yet.
Yeah.
But I just went
Yeah, you had a, you went to my business, you're like, hey, you have all the tools. Yeah.
Oh, nice to see you. You sign it?
I said, last week. I think you guys just went with was like straight to like I mean, I just see before.
How are you doing? If you're on the live, you could post your questions here on the chat and send a comment, and we can answer those questions for you. We'll be coming back to the class in 5 minutes.
And there's limitations to part of it. I can still see some of the SEC, but it's just a one. Like we don't really expect this to be job on the own. Yeah, we're gonna use. We usually for powder polishing. I think we're gonna use a different powder because we have EMP and diamond renew. And then we're gonna do the elite patch. instead of diamond impregnated powder. And then finally at the end, we correct the pads. And then even at the end, like we mix it up a little bit just so you can see. Naturally, you wouldn't just do a powder polish. Like, I don't really know anybody that does that. You would do maybe a diamond and you finish with the powder. So we kind of let you guys play with it. Like, oh, now let's add this. Oh, let's add this. I'm going to end this live now because you guys got to see the results.
Solo un pad blanco. Este es el white pad.
Entonces es como para ver como un
Como le estaba explicando a las otras personas con las que hablé, el polvo casi siempre se usa como un acabado. Usted ya usó los diamantes y ahora va a terminar con el polvo, pero queríamos enseñarle que el polvo solo puede hacer un buen trabajo también. Pero ya casi no conozco a nadie que nada más use el polvo. Casi no hay nadie que haga eso.
Quiere quitar rayas y es más, cobrar más, pero si quieren algo rápido,
Pero se puede.
que está bien el chuzo, pero quiere que no solo el se vean.
Si yo soy dueño de casa, mi piso se ve así y ahora se ve acá, yo voy a decir, oh, se ve bien. ¿Y cuánto me está cobrando? Oh, $2. Oh, está bien. ¿Me quiere cobrar $5? Yo tengo que entender que va a quedar mejor en el proceso. Por eso a veces es bueno hacer un sample.
¿Cómo ayuda?
¿Les molesta? Ya que se los tenemos en la cámara, ¿les molesta si los grabo? ¿Hacemos un comentario?
Francis.
Ok, Francisco, ¿qué piensa usted de la clase?
Me parece fenomenal, buena clase, bastante que aprender para empezar, ¿no?
Vamos empezando, por eso.
Sí, sí.
Después de más, estoy emocionado para ver qué pasa.
Sí, de hecho me interesaría tomar una clase más avanzada. Se anda enseñando una máquina.
I think they're going to use that.
Last I probably 2 years.
Bueno, me interesa esto. Yo he estado en cleaning, ¿verdad? Cleaning and restoration, carpet, he hecho lo que ha ido necesitando la industria. Pinté alfombras, like that. I did back in the 90s. I took mi amigo hemos andado trabajando desde los 90 casi cerca, ¿no? Y los dos fuimos a clase, aprendimos a pintar las alfombras, yo hice wall to wall, dye, hice plata de eso, después me metí a hacer hardwood finishing y hice bastante también por ahí antes del 2000. Después apareció más el tile, mucho más popular y me metí en limpiar tile. O sea, yo he limpiado tile, tengo máquinas buffers, porque hago BCT también, de vinyl.
¿Hace con la máquina que saca el agua?
No, la Trackman. Sí, tenemos Trackman para limpiar y eso le conectamos todo. Tengo una máquina, tengo varias, como 5 máquinas de estas, pero tengo una que le pongo pesas, porque la uso para lijar madera, la uso para grinding, whatever. Pero me he dedicado más al lo que ha sido cerámica y todo eso. Mármol he hecho algunos poquitos así sin saber, nada más sabiendo el producto de lo que he preguntado. Ok, no puedo usar así, no puedo usar y todo eso, pero no sé, me parece interesante el mercado.
No, es que pues es piso natural, de piedra, mármol, travertino,
Carpet cleaning tenemos poco porcentaje en industria, ya se fue como la mitad, ¿no? Ahora tenemos muchos laminados. Entonces, pero aquí no hay mucha competencia.
No.
Y hay, y el producto hay.
Y no es el piso nomás, tienen countertops de granito, countertops de quartz, que el mismo produce, el proceso de esto se puede hacer en el countertop. Y ahí tienes otro tipo.
Ahora, tenés máquinas chiquitas que se puede hacer la misma función de esa para hacer countertop polisher.
So, tenemos máquina Makita que se llama polisher, tiene que ser polisher de velocidad.
Pero chica.
Es de 7 pulgadas, así.
Como para hacer que.
Es como, lo usan para pulir carros también. Es una máquina
como buffer.
Como buffer. Tiene que ser velocidad baja, con 600 arriba. Y aquí tenemos las medidas de 7 pulgadas para hacer countertops. De lo mismo que está haciendo.
Con la misma, porque yo lo más común que voy a encontrar y más fácil de vender va a ser countertops.
Todo lo que está viendo aquí se puede hacer en countertop.
Porque lo polvo,
si tienes un marble o un countertop de marble, ese mismo polvo con la misma pad más chica.
Pero el granite se trata igual, ¿no?
Granite, ahorita voy a enseñar, el granite se usa un diferente tipo de polvo, pero el mismo proceso.
Sí, ok. O sea, pero yo pensé que ahí estaba mal yo. Nunca he hecho uno, pero pensé que era el mismo powder.
No. Esos powders son
el granite es diferente pH. Pero o sea que
screen because honestly, I don't know what it can be. The biggest thing I could suggest would be rinse that out. So at the end of the job, if you've got some enough time, get it out there, rinse that thing down.
So nothing remains in any of the everything
Yeah. So, and I'll just talk about it. It's, when Mark comes out, that'd be something that brings out, yeah, and it's, because here's the other thing, it's not the first time it's come up, and it's happening to you, more than likely it's happening to other people.
And we go through a good amount of
Good amount?
So, like, you know, I've casually done.
But it's not like, yeah, and again, if you go
casually-
through, if you turn it pretty quickly, it's not sitting there, so.
You know, so we're talking, you know, we're using it every other day, and sometimes it could take a couple days, it could take a week, it's just depending on the container or whatever the situation is. But also to pair with inventory and I write down how much of the solution we topped out, and, you know, that's what.
And you're putting the dates on there to kind of see what.
I have a spreadsheet in Excel.
Good.
To take care of it. So, you know, if we're tossing it out and it goes to about 3 or 4 of these gallons a year, you know, that's.
Those are dollars.
And those are dollars that affect the bottom line for this one.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's bring it up. Don't forget.
Dave.
Yeah.
Yes. On countertop. What kind of RC
Yeah, polish is where you want to go. You don't want to go more than 100. So,
All right. Not ready?
As low as you can get. Yeah. We'll bring that up. All right, folks, let's get going. Time to start. I couldn't find the diamond renew button.
It's a big one right there on top. Oh, look at the label. Oh, you think that? Yeah. All right. What we're going to do is, this is one more powder that we have. We're going to run the powder, then we're going to run the pads. So this is Diamond Renew. This has a little bit of abrasive, I believe. Abrasive is diamond particulate, which is going to diminish as well. It's a little bit stronger chemical-wise. Should pop a little faster. It's also something that you want to not run too much water. This is the one that is not going to neutralize. So if it gets into some of this, it could cause some damage. Let's find out.
So this one you have to neutralize?
I would say yes. A lot of people don't, but I would say yes because if you do not, the acidicness will stay in. If you drop water, it will reactivate and it'll start to blister the veining of the marble. It can also get into the grout joint, and that acidic can cause that to weaken. Plus, the acid powder is not, you're not buying it for the smell. So having a good clean is the difference between smelling that when you leave and smelling chemical. You more than likely get a call back when you don't smell chemical. But yeah, it would be a good habit like that. This is not the one that self-neutralizes, so. Sure. You're welcome.
I don't see the edges.
That is not an etch. Oh yeah, that's the only etch I
That's
see.
the only edge, right?
Right. So
I thought I had done no more damage on this.
So that means that next time we'll need to use a combination of juice and quick clean.
Just some, yeah, and some acid. All right.
So we go to powder? Oh, so the Diamond Renew is our other powder. That's what we're going to work with. Going to give great shine. It has more abrasive, it's a little bit stronger. Is probably not the right word, but it's going to work a little bit faster. And so this is one that you might have to neutralize if you were going to do an area. I would suggest it. It doesn't self-neutralize like the EMP. We're going to use it on the white marble. Let's see what we have.
Yeah, he's using Diamond Renew.
Diamond.
Right.
Thank you.
On white marble.
Yes. I'm sorry? This is a polishing powder. This is the Diamond Renew polish, yes. For your stone, I would probably use that one. For a couple of reasons. The one you don't have to worry about neutralizing. Two, your stone has multiple colors. That one's a little bit safer. I've actually used that, and it's just too strong and dull stone. So not everything, you know, it's just strong because of the sensitivity. So, yeah. Show me the pic. Well, yeah, a couple of pictures. It's a combination of a travertine, and there's bigger squares, and they're like in a checkerboard pattern. But the red travertine that he has, the quality on that's pretty good. So that should take a really nice polish.
You're assessing the stone, like this polish brought out some of the edging. You're assessing the stone, how you assess whether it's about the edging or whether the edging is too.
That's a good question. You know, first of all, when you're looking at some of the damage, when you see damage, you know it's a calcium carbonate stone, especially if it's going to be some type of an etching in a dome. So it's a marble. That's good for us. Second thing would be kind of evaluate. What we didn't do today was use one of our acid products, which is called Quick-Clean. Quick-Clean is a very strong masonry acidic cleaner, very active hydrochloric. Okay. That material, had I put it on the marble, which I will, it'll actually show a texture. So there's no rules. What I'm saying to you is if there's an etch and it has, you can feel some texture, you're probably going to need to do something other than the powder. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Especially on a,
No, go ahead.
especially on a countertop, any imperfections are going to be more visible because it's at eye level. The way that, you know, the lights hit it, you're just going to be able to see any imperfections in your work. So it's probably on a countertop, if you have especially a lot of acids in the kitchen, probably better to do restoration with the DOT pads rather than just the powder. If you really want to touch it,
When does your edge remover per se come into play?
When you want to do it yourself, it's very light and you're a homeowner. There's really nothing that, if you're going to go out somewhere, you want to do a better job than what the edge remover can do. If it's your house, and you don't do this for a living, that's something that can improve the reflectivity of it and remove light damage. And it's only done by hand. So we have people who use that, they put it on their housekeeping carpet. And they might rub a little bit on there here and there. And that's only a few people, but it's very popular with homeowners because it would increase. So you saw the damage, right? And the damage could be more severe than that. The natural touch will replace the dullness with some reflectivity, so it looks less. It's less of a problem. It's less noticeable because the reflectivity makes it look better, but it doesn't fix it. It's very much a patch. It's a $12 patch.
Now, in doing countertops, you have to take into consideration, obviously you're using a weighted plate, and you have the weighted machine, and you're doing kind of the elbow grease of the work. Do you have to increase it with RPMs when you're doing counters?
Good question.
That weight?
Right? That's a good question. The answer is yes. But remember, the machine is already affixed to a higher speed. A variable speed polisher is what you want to use. And that polisher should be in the 600, 800 to 2800 range with a variable speed on it. So you're already at the low speed, you're already faster, like almost 5 times faster, right? So the lack of weight is made up for by the increased speed.
That's right, because this one's 175.
The other one's
A
gonna be
handheld's
600,
already at
800.
600. Yeah.
But yet it's to the point where it is running, but it's not, especially on the right tool polisher, it's not going to fling anything too badly. It's also not going to fling the pad off. The results are the same. In fact, David and I did a class in Las Vegas, and we ended up doing floor work here, and then we had a lot of people there. Hey, Steve. We had a lot of people, and they were also, some of them were doing some hand work. So we had a table with a hand machine, and they were doing the powder while we did the powder also on the floor. So we kind of went back and forth. It was a smaller class, which meant that it was more kind of a free for all. People were on the machine and wanted to get crazy with it. That's great. Sometimes you get more people on the embarrassed when you check my first time, except Cody. He got right on that machine, and well, he knows how to do it. Miguel, but
So you grab a light and you follow that and you see where.
So you guys also have classes with the little machine for like countertops and stuff? And like, or you guys don't do classes?
We're inquiring and see, right?
he's talking about doing the hand machine on marble.
Or like for a vertical wall for like showers or something?
Because to me it does come out different. You get different results. Or you have to kind of do it differently. I feel like it's easier using a hand,
That's right.
a floor machine.
I actually do demos. So what I would do is I would buy a 7-inch polisher. That's one of the first things I would
How you guys doing on the live stream? If you guys got any questions, put it on the chat,
I'm actually
and we'll do
I've
our
never
best to
had
answer your questions.
a difference between my sample and the work I did for the floor machine. But I also use the smaller, the lower time machine. If used properly, I can't see the difference, personally. But what I would do is I get a hand machine and I would do a sample, right? And I would say, oh, Alex, well, here's the work we do. It's $1 a square foot. What do you think? Looks great. Okay. I would talk about this. I would say, I'm a consumer like you are, so I'm sure probably going to get a couple of bids, right? I'd imagine you get a couple other people in here to bid for it. But when they come in, make sure they do a sample. Don't let them come in and say, I can do that same job, quality, for less money. If they can't do a sample, number one, I'd be concerned if they can do the work. And number two, if they can't do a sample, they don't have a hand machine. How many restoration guys don't have a hand machine? So I I use it as a way to keep some of my competition out, and I use it to I'm not doing anything. This is Rob, everybody. Rob Fairfield. Hey! Oh! So I like it because it gives me a chance to separate myself from all of you who has a hand machine. So out of everybody in this room, there's only 5 of us bidding on that job. 6 with Sean. See what I'm saying? So I don't find the difference in the hand machine, and it's something we could think about. But at the Vegas store, the floor was much closer to, like, the table and the floor were closer together, as opposed to, you can see, place for space.
I'm referring to just the feel of it, like how much pressure, sometimes if you put too much pressure with...
Pull the motor out.
Yeah, maybe in not using the right products, you can, potentially burn it a little bit more using like Diamond Renew or the 5X.
Right.
By pushing down a little too firm or not enough.
I don't see that.
Yeah.
I just, I have a hand machine. We can play with it if you want.
Yeah.
When we're done here, if you want to.
Just for counters, because that's where it's beneficial.
All I do is I want the machine to be consistent, right? I'm not pushing down too hard, and I'm not letting it fly. I put a hand on it just to keep it consistent. I want it to go flat. So if you're putting more pressure, it's not necessary. It'd be like me putting a lot of weight on there. It's a combination of the RPMs, right? Every time it goes, it makes it look better, and some weight, but it's not one or the other. So excessive weight is not going to help, and going too fast doesn't help, because you're just hydroplaning. It's going to bounce a little bit. Not going to work. So this is our Diamond Renew powder here. Where are we at, Dave?
We're set. So either we can squeegee that, and then.
Alex, why don't you work the Diamond Renew? Or actually, either one of you or Cody can. Well, you work the EMP, right? You want to work the Diamond Renew there, Alex? Anybody want to work the powder a little bit? That was nice. I think we're good. All right, we'll vacuum this up and move on.
Because then we can move on to something different. Okay, so same process. Remember, part of powder polishing is prepping for the job. What I mean by that is you're gonna need a cover surfaces right here. This is a demo floor. There is no baseboards. There is no stainless steel refrigerator. There is no stainless steel dishwasher. So you're gonna spend a good amount of your time prepping. And that's very important because you don't want to get paid for a job and then have to pay your customer for what you ruined in their home. This is powder polishing, great reflection. I want to say it's where I would start. It's kind of when I started in distribution. This is all I would do. When it came to managing expectations and you getting, well, there's still some scratches and some etching, then it's a different, we need to go a little deeper. We need to go restoration. And then we'll touch on the different avenues we have in order to take care of that. You want me to vacuum that?
Yeah.
So come on down and see. What we do here is who's team ENP, who's team Diamond Renew. It's all relative. I'd like for you to check out both sides and see what your thoughts are as far as perfection.
Are you going to go back
On the Diamond Renew, yeah. Ideally, that's what we want to do. For the sake of time, no. We'll see what we got. We got propane. We got cleaner that you can run in the tank. You can run it through the tank with a new pad, and then that would be your process.
Come on this side.
Clean over here. Getting into the groins and then coming back with the vacuum as well.
So check out a lot of the damage.
With the pad? It's spray on
No.
Work that and make sure that.
So what I would do is, I've had questions on Nutrition. It's pretty easy. Alkaline cleaner, we use deep clean. I would put glunk into my 4-gallon tank. I would come back with a white pad, and go over it wet, and back them up. And anything that's still left, I would clean it with a microfiber or something, and I'd be done. So that would be neutralizing. So nothing additional to spray. What you're looking to do is use an alkaline cleaner opposite of the acid cleaner or the acid polish to neutralize. The deep clean is about 12.5. So that is, when you put it with water, that will help to neutralize it down.
So you want it
Yes. Yes.
If I understand, I don't know if I'm wrong, because this is alkaline, right? The stone is alkaline, it's not in the acid family. So we need to
The stone is
increase
in the calcium,
Right.
The calcium systems, and you're getting a chemical reaction with the acid in the powder.
So we have to increase the alkaline to
So you want to neutralize.
Right,
Yes.
because an acid's going to be in the 3 and 2 range. So neutral,
Yes.
will
Neutral. Yeah.
bring it back.
because if you add just water, you're not offsetting the acid.
Right.
You ever watch Fight Club? You ever watch the movie Fight Club? Okay.
No.
Maybe not.
So he has some caustic material on his hand, and he tells him he's burning his hand, and he wants him to have the burn, right? And have the little mark. And he tells him he's going to put it under water. He goes, "Don't do that." And he has some ammonia in his hand. The caustic was high alkaline to the point where it was damaging and eating his skin. The vinegar he had was the acid. That's the only thing that would neutralize it. If you put it in water, it was just going to keep burning. I don't know why.
Well, and here's the other thing.
That's what.
Do you need to neutralize EMP? No. Do you want to do it with Diamond Renew? Yes. Do you want to rinse the floor after you're done? Yes. Why? Because what's happened here, there's some residue. So you'll see some streaking. So when you turn the job in, you'd want that to have a nice residue-free finish, right? So you want to turn it in, you want to rinse the floor. You want to give your customer something that's ready, that is immaculate. So I would rinse the floor after. Get your streaks, get your residue off of the floor, and you're turning in something that's ready, it's finished.
Any special mapping or pad, whatever that we should consider
Use
to use
for rinsing?
Yeah, the last step.
Deep clean, and we talked about what pad? White pad.
White pad.
We just talked about that. deep clean white pad. And then if you had grout issues, you could use a grout brush, either by hand or you could do it with a Tampico brush on the bottom of the machine.
You wouldn't want to neutralize the deep clean though?
How do I do that?
The diamond
Would
renew.
you be able to use crystal clean because it's a nice neutral cleaner?
No, neutral wouldn't move it any the needle. It would have to be alkaline and acid. So, the alkaline deep clean is needed for the acidicness.
Yeah, no, I guess you. Okay.
Are you going back and sealing this after?
I like to seal it when I get paid to seal it.
Yes.
We're going to talk about sealing later, but you could either be one of two people. A lot of people like to do a la carte. I can remove damage, I can polish. Grout is not included, so kind of like when you go do a car wash, right? You think that you're getting the tire dressing, but you're only getting it when you pay for it, right? And to pay for it, you're either going to go to the next level of service or you do it separately. So that's a good question. Sealing the stone is going to offer protection from water and oil-borne stains, but it's not going to improve or weaken, increase the tear from the look of the stone. So I get that a lot, but putting a sealer doesn't do anything. And you'll see that when we do a sample with the sealer. Yes?
I know that some of the diamond patches do actually have everything in it, right? The diamond, the sealer, right?
Absolutely not.
No?
Yeah, the diamond pads we're going to use them next. Speaking of diamond pads.
But the more polish you bring it, the less then it's really needed to be sealed, correct?
No.
Because the pores are more, I mean, if it's a honed floor, it's obviously a much more porous surface than if it's a polished floor.
So when you're polishing it like now, the surface is tighter, right? It's not as absorbent, but they're all going to stay. So you could tell yourself that, and then when you have a spill of some dressing that's oil, it's going to stay.
Yeah.
So to a certain degree, I understand what you're saying. It will get tighter and denser, but it's not going to be a sealer. And the diamond impregnated pad, we go so high in the pads that they bring that final luster. But there's no chemical.
Okay.
Nothing to live with. This is strictly, it's actually the opposite because a lot of our customers, I have one in Arizona who loves talking about green polishing. And he gets into Scottsdale all the time with that. He doesn't use any of the powders. What we're going to do when we work the diamond pads is we're going to finish with our step 3. And that is just water and a wet dry bag.
Right.
So you can offer that if you want, but no, there's no sealer here. Yes, when you do work even with the powders, you're increasing the density of it. And you're also minimizing any of the pores. You're tightening the surface. It is less absorbent, but it stains nonetheless.
Sizes those coming?
17 inch, 20, and we actually just made some that were 16 inch, and we put 2 of them on a walk-behind scrubber. They were doing this mall down the street. I can't mention because the cameras are on. It rhymes with. It's down the street, right off the 405.
Around the coast.
So
moving on.
Yes, diamond impregnated pads. Good questions, by the way. I got step 1, step 2, step 3. I'll pass around. Pedro, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna pat you down. You got loose pants. You might slide one in your pair of pants there, and then all of a sudden I'm short a pad. Diamond impregnated pads. They're awesome. They are a great way to increase reflectivity or remove light damage, and also remove light etching. Quick little 3-step. We're gonna do that now. Want to run the pad? No?
We're gonna use powder or just the pad?
You're going to use the powder and just the pad. No powders.
No powder.
Yeah, just the pads. Why don't you grab the one pad and let's work that.
Sure. At first, one or
Step 1.
Step 1.
Step 1.
And still, we're going to do down and back 1. And what you could do is,
it has a pad? Oh, cool.
oh yeah, the white side.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, the white side of the pad is the diamond. And the reason we make it white is because a lot of our competitors, and even initially, we were using a green pad, a tan, different colors. But there's always a chance that those colors bleed. Because when you work the pad, you're exposing some of the material on there. You get the black? Okay, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Just water and fat.
Yes. You did just water and pad. So when you remove some of the resin binder, it exposes the diamond. Well, what happens to that binder? So if it's green, it could get into the grout joint and get into other places. So we actually made a change. We want them white. I want it leaves nothing but the shine. And so same. You're gonna go down and back one. I go 4 times.
What kind of grit?
Good question. This is step one. This is a combination of 2 different grits. Let's call it 815. And then the second one is 3,000, 6,000. The last one is 1,000.
So it's just like doing fabricating itself.
It is, but because most fabricators are working on granite, they have to be more systematic in the increments that they change in diamond, particularly smaller. You can use it better. You can move it farther apart and make it a smaller system because of the marble softness and all the calcium and travertine.
Plus, with the granite, you're living at a higher RPM.
Higher RPM, a whole nother. Yeah. And the next guy you see grinding granite will be one. It's not easy. Yes.
This is step 1, right?
This is the step 1.
What grit is it?
We just talked about that.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. So, combination of a few different grits. Let's call it a 800, 1,500 on step 1. 3,000, 6,000 step 2. 11,000 step 3. 2 of those are accurate. The other one's not.
How many square feet can you typically get out of use per pad?
Good question. Let's talk about what is going to shorten the life. Not running enough water shortens the life. Excessive weight is going to shorten the life. When you have travertine versus marble, it's going to shorten the life. The more porous the stone is, it's going to be more abrasive. So the answer is really 1,000 to 3,000 feet, depending on the kind of material you're going to use, right? So if you have lippage with travertine, you're going to be on that low end for sure. But you did some work. That was powder polishing, all right?
Mm-hmm.
These pads I've used for many demos since probably November. Keep going. So once they, they do a lot of demos. So
what are we talking about? Low end to high end?
1,000 to 3,000.
Do the next step. And how much is that?
Okay.
As far as price?
$59. They're going on sale today. 30% off.
So this
But
is,
you gotta
you
remember,
were
your
interested
biggest
in the,
issue is
these
not-
are it, these are the elite
Yeah.
This is, yeah. And you said you hadn't used them before, right?
Speaking of-
I haven't used
Speaking
your
of labor,
3-step
we-
process. I've used other diamond
You get them on the
impregnated
machine. I'm
pads.
talking to you,
Yes.
not Julio. He's on the machine. No, I'm talking to
I've
you.
done powder,
Speaking of
done
labor,
pads.
new guy, we need to get him on the machine and get him used to it.
But 1,000 to 3,000, that's
Okay. Well, when you look at the number, it's about 6 cents a square foot. I don't know anybody who charges 100% on 12 cents. You know what I mean? You're looking at it. If you're doing that, you're doing a simple step. You're getting anywhere from $1.50 to $2. But if it takes you 4 days to do 200, 300, 400 feet, that's the problem. That's where your labor, right? So that's where your cost is get away from it. That's step 1. Just take a look. Stretch your legs, come take a look at it, and hold it once you come up and get there. And then you jack them off and get ready. Well, I think there's more pollen than you think, but it's much. You see a light that's like here? Because I'm looking at some of the light. Come over here. Hold it, bro.
So even this won't take out the edge.
But it is more like a satin, right? Now, one thing that would be good, especially if you have a little more experience, I don't know. Take a look. That's a good question. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I can't hear you. Okay, one at a time. Will it remove the edge? I've used the one pad and I've removed every inch I went after. So the answer to me is yes.
Yeah, it's still all there.
Cool. Let's work through it and see if it comes out or not. So
you just keep going? Like just work those step one longer?
yes, I would have used the step wrong. I thought it was a little quick. I would have went more that way. Yeah. I counted you.
I did 4 to 5 passes each.
Oh, you did? Oh, then you're good.
But the stain is still there.
Well, let's keep moving and see if it goes away. And if not, because you want to know what your limitations are too, right?
Yes. So with the same pass.
I would go with the next pad because the next pad's also an abrasive.
Yes.
So this pad is the more aggressive grip.
No. Okay. Hold on a second. We're getting a little. Let's be clear. Okay. So we have the diamond impregnated pads that are going to be removing light damage. Okay. The etching we had, it's lime juice. It's pretty severe, but most of it came out. Yeah, you can point and say, oh, there's one more there. And I get that. But remember, we're doing 3 steps. So the first step is the most aggressive. I could spend time with the first one until that went away completely. I could. But what I want to do is I want to go to the next one because step 2 also has diamonds. Are they finer? Yes. But that etch is not the same etch it was before I used the pads. So now the etch is finer too. So we want to see if it takes it out. Because if you see this on a job at your next house you're looking to flip over, you have that, you'll be able to see, yeah, gotten better, we'll make it look better as we go on. Or we won't. So let's get a feel for that. So I'm glad that it's still there. Yes, I can run the diamond more and see if it takes that out, because it will. But, you know, there's no assurance. So when you talked about, he kind of asked the question, oh, did it take out the scratch? And I was like, no. Because it's lighter duty, we have diamond pads we haven't gotten to yet. And we can go to 30 grit on it. So I can remove, like, the grout. I mean, it's so aggressive. So that's not a problem. I'm trying to look, and we want to take a look at what this is, what we offer, and let's see if it does remove it and see what they look like. And then when we get back to the other final restoration, there's nothing we can't do. So these are going to have limitations. So is that a limitation in how aggressive can we get, or will it take it out? We'll find out. Ready, Holland? Oh, hold me. Yeah, and I would put it this way. It's so much easier. See, that edge actually has indentations. Can you see it? It's
There's quite a bit of etching still.
Still there?
Well, on the other,
the white?
No, next to the white. Right where he's at right now.
Okay.
There's quite a bit on that one.
Let's see if it gets better. But you understand that the next grit is finer, but it's still a diamond. It's still going to remove some material. Sandbagging us, huh?
Wait, I'm recording. I just get excited.
I didn't want to call boxes. Oh, good.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to say it's not a certified. a little slower, wouldn't hurt.
I have another question.
Of course.
The heavy or the weight of the machine matters?
Sometimes. So right now, we use a weighted drive plate because we have one and it comes with the machine. So we took it from the back, brought it over. Our diamond impregnated pens, they can be used with just the weight of a walk behind swing machine or a swing machine and just a plastic plate. It'll work with them because it has a full face of diamond and it's gonna cut. That's what it does. So it will work. It'll take you a little bit longer because of less weight, but it'll work. Our diamond pads. So if you're familiar with diamond pads, they normally come in like a 3-inch. And we'll talk about this when we do the DOTs. But we reduced the size of our diamond. You can run the diamond pads without having a heavy drive plate. See, right now, or there used to be that if you wanted to run diamonds, you needed to have a heavy drive plate. So it would be tough to talk to people like yourselves who want to get into it. Before you even start, you gotta buy a drive plate, right? Or a machine or weighted drive plate. Let's make some money. Let's work with the equipment you have. And our DOT pads fit the bottom of your swing machine with the plastic plate on the bottom. Hold it, and you'll be able to do the work. It'll take you a little longer. The weight is going to be something that saves you some time because it promotes the grinding and the process better. But you can use it with your existing equipment because that machine's about 100 pounds by itself. So it's important, but it's a combination of weight and the RPMs. It's not necessarily like putting a lot of weight doesn't mean you can swing through and swing back. It's all a matter of just patience and consistency. Yeah, you're welcome. Pick it up. Pop up.
What step was that, Mark?
Huh?
What step was that?
That was step number 2. Okay, look.
Yeah. They separate. It goes just like a.
So we have more reflectivity, right?
That's gonna help me.
Right, Mark? Mark, we got splash guards for those type of machines, right? Some
Yeah.
type of something that goes around the rim or
Like this?
Yeah, we do.
So it's a separate kit.
Yes.
I want that.
Okay. that was difficult, huh? You sure?
Yeah, that's
Okay. All right. Let's go with the number 3 pad. We want to work the number 3 pad. Antonio, you ready? Oh, you already did that, huh? Once, didn't you? You did, huh? Get up here. He needs a number 3 pad. Yeah, go ahead, put it on. Bring the machine back, the pad on.
Monday? This one? Yeah, good, yeah. Let me get this right.
Yes, that's fair.
Oh, you're good. You're all good.
I'm sorry, did you guys mention what grade was this step 2 patch?
3,000 to 6,000.
Okay.
There are 5 of them right there in front of you. That's what's in all of the bricks.
Good there? You good?
One thing that becomes really helpful is, I should have mentioned earlier, take pictures of every grit, because what happened is, you take a picture, and it's far more shinier than that picture.
Yeah,
Start
but you
there.
say the number it starts with the
The
number.
damage is worse than that, I have to start down low. I like to know what each grit does, so I have a picture of everything you've done. So I can look at it if I wanted to and say that's where I need to start. Or, that's where a hand machine comes in. So when I talk about a hand machine, 7-inch pads, we're talking about two things. One,
Yeah.
one of them is doing a sample, so you can show your customer your value and what it is you're doing. And the second one is you can figure out what it is you need to do. So
Kind of makes you work a little faster.
it makes you a lot more, instead of having to guess if you've got it all right, you can do it, you can find out. And if it's, what if you did the whole job and they were not happy? Right? Wouldn't it be nicer to do a sample before the whole job? That 15 minutes would cost you, it could save you 2 or 3 days. You know, plenty of time. I thought it was going to look better.
That's awesome.
Whoa, that's concrete. Still there. What is it, 20 inch?
Yeah, he's got a heavier machine. Or it's like a for concrete. So that's the heavier.
Like one of these machines. Amazing.
¿Lo dedicas a completo también?
No, pero lo preparo para el VT.
Oh.
A little more water, a little drier actually will damage the pads too.
So allá arriba sí subiste. Lo va a hacer así. Una, de dos pasadas.
No, not burning, but like.
Una, dos,
They're just gonna wear out faster.
Yeah, we're out faster.
Who's that guy?
Pero igual se empaña. Yo pagar.
Round piece of plastic.
Aún no quiero usar solo algo regular porque igual estos pisos respiran. Y usar algo que no es natural, hecho para el piso, que va a quitar el vidrio.
A little more water. This is the last pad, so why don't you guys get out a little bit? Alex, Miguel, just kind of get a feel for it. This is the diamond impregnated pad. Then we'll take,
So you said the other one was like 3,000, 6,000. This one is.
I said, yeah, 3,000, 6,000.
I'm gonna check on lunch today. Check on lunch.
Did you see? Did I show you this photo? It's in my car. I don't wear it every day because I wear it mostly like. And I lost my gear. I had nice gear. I lost it.
So we're on the last step, step 3. So whoever has a work machine wants to work the
I
machine.
wear a lot of gear. Just not at work.
Now, could you stop it around right now, or would you want to continue?
When you say that, what do you mean as far as kind of stop
Results.
the process? Result? Yeah, I'd squeegee and kind of see where that's at, right? And then we'll see where the etch marks are at. And this could be in lieu of the powder, or it could be like a final step because we're increasing in grit, so you could potentially get the powder going and then still come back with the third step, and then
So you could
just
just
add
go
on
like
to it.
yeah, you could do that and then throw on step 3.
Ahí déjenme la ver. Who's gonna jump on board? Who's going next?
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, come on.
Well, the powder's not going to take that out, the etching. I mean, you have to go to a like diamond pads to remove, right?
AKA La Loca.
Yeah.
When I first heard my
Depending on the severity, how long it sat there and kind of ate away. Because I mean, it's essentially eating.
But this one wasn't there too long. It's like after every step, it was like a minute.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what
You should have
happened.
seen when I I was with some manufacturer reps, and those guys were looking to make a joke on me. So I was all dressed. I had slacks on, my dress shoes, and I ended up with my feet in the air.
You gotta go higher.
You gotta go higher.
We use.
Where do you have it?
Hey, he's trying it out. He hasn't done it before, but it's a great place to learn, right? Is anybody else?
The boys, hey, people are saying he should go lower.
Yeah, lower it.
Like by your hips.
Yeah, that's where I was.
Sean, you gonna get on TV? No, get on it. I'll help you out.
It's still gonna go because it's just.
I want to get
Lift it up to lift the handle up a little. Lower it.
There you go. You got it.
Lower it a little bit. Lower the handle.
Lower the handle?
Yeah. Now turn it on. Huh? Exactly like that. Turn it on. Raise it. Lower it. Lower it. Raise it. And then you're gonna dial it into right in between. But it's exactly that.
You remember when you pull up?
Up to the right. Lower. There you go. It's just not as heavy. It's a lighter hand.
You got it.
Don't turn it off. Lift. You can see it went like, I'm going left. I'm going left. Gentle.
Oh, there you go. There you
There you
go.
go. Up a little bit.
Yeah.
Start thinking left, and maybe move your feet once in a while. There you go. Now come to the right. You need faster feet or a slower machine? A little faster.
There you go.
There you go.
I got it.
All right. A little more water. Yeah, you got it.
What we use it doesn't. We don't use a spin machine. We use the fast, so it takes the guessing out of it. It's sort of like on a good
Which one?
task.
Task. Task. Okay.
TAZ.
Oh.
So it's sort of like on its own base. So you just pretty much walk back and forth. There's no
Like a lawnmower?
Yeah, there's none of the guessing work. So somebody with absolutely no training makes it easier for our guys to be able to use it. So it's been, I was in my early 20s when I used one of these for the first time, and I was only for a couple of times. So it doesn't hurt to, brush up on it.
Right.
So yeah, the machine we use is sort of like a walking machine.
Right.
It works.
The wheels are down.
Yeah, the wheels are down all the time, and you just go back and forth with it. For us, it cuts the train time.
That's what offsets the torque.
Yep.
Does it oscillate?
Yeah, it's orbital.
Orbital. Like an orbital. Yeah, like a,
Yeah, and instead of going 300, it goes about 1750. So, sort of mid-range.
It's 1750 because of how they designate it.
Yeah.
But actually it goes 400 with the little oscillation.
Yep, and you're right on the money.
I have my moments. Anybody else not run the machine yet?
Sean's gonna run.
Oh, nice.
Give it a go. Yep. Sean's gonna run.
Get to an athletic stance, just sideways.
Brought you back to the old school days, huh? Yeah.
Oh, well, the very first time I used one, I actually ran into a wall.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't doubt it. Believe me, you handled it. I've had people just turn it on, and I had somebody let go of the machine, and it went like 6 inches after they let go, and then the whole thing started spinning. And the reason it stopped because the cord caught it. Oh yeah.
So down is
Up to the right.
Up is right.
And even is neutral. Keep it even.
It's basically a hot runner.
Up slightly. Lower slightly. Lower slightly. Up slightly before you get to that.
I mean, once you can run the machine, you can do anything. It's the same process for everything. Same amount of water, same.
Up a little bit, up a little bit. So you see how your body wanted to pull it, but it was actually balanced. You went up and it came by itself.
So that's perfect. So you're shuffling your feet. You get the corner there. You want to put the corner there.
Oh, I was leaning on that. I was talking to the whole.
So,
Getting shit done.
Deshawn here is looking for work. She has 4 minutes experience on the machine, but she is willing to learn. She's good to go.
different powder over there. And now the pads, basically.
Countertops are easy. Countertops will be easier. And if you have people you would like to help you with it, they can come to the class as well.
Both are acidic.
Oh, well, you got it.
She's doing it. Yeah.
Both of them are
You got
acidic,
it.
but
She's
this
both
one is
a
so
trainer
neutralized.
and boss.
So it's basically like if it was not acidic, right? So that's that. The powder is gonna pop and shine, but it's not gonna remove scratches. It's not really that abrasive. It has a little bit of abrasive, but not as abrasive enough to remove scratches like the pads. The pads is como una mica.
Oh, the pads is more aggressive.
Hey, nice job, Sean. I can't believe that. Look at
The
that.
first step.
And then when you go to number 3, it's going to get you the shine.
I thought was the other way. I thought the powder that we use over there was more aggressive than this one or this one.
No.
With your left
You know how
hand,
it's not
when you feel comfortable,
Usually you would use a
pull
powder.
that trigger, you allow some more
You
water
can use
on
the
it.
pads and
There you
then
go.
the powder at the
And
end.
that should
Usually
minimize
that's what we
the
would do.
torque and make it
But,
run easier.
But we wanted to show
When
you
it
how
starts
good the
getting
powder
grabby,
is because it did a really
little
good
bit
job
more water.
on its own, right? But now when you mix it and combine it, and and do your own, your own little spin.
It is. It is until you start to do it. Then it becomes it's second nature.
After your first couple hundred square feet.
Can I tell you a funny little story? My wife was gone last week, right? So she come back, and I'm just in and out of the house.
No, the black one.
We have a vacuum cleaner, and I'm going to vacuum. So when I vacuum, you think I just plugged it in and started vacuuming? And get the cord like a machine over my shoulder. And I'm going faster, yeah, over my shoulder. And I'm vacuuming.
You can't go side to side with it.
It's vacuum this way.
Yeah, I just ate natural. Right over my.
So, it's 60 bucks. How much?
What it was is probably a trip to Vegas and then
Depends on a lot of things, but let's say 1,000 to 3,000 square feet.
Right?
Now, good for you.
probably run the low speed machine one and you run the
So I
vacuum.
can do one.
Now that's true. Right there.
With-
I ain't gonna lie. That's good right there,
So
yeah.
that means for 1,000.
She's doing an amazing job.
Yeah, if you already have the machine, $180 on the
It's all
back.
repetition.
Yeah.
I mean, but you have to hang them.
You can see this would be, it would be, you want to finish?
Anybody else want to run the machine that has not run the machine yet? You want to run the machine at all?
Can I take a walk? I can do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we want.
Of course.
So I know you said with the other things
The powders?
the powders,
Uh-huh.
you said you can charge from $1.50 to $3 a square foot. Now is that the same when you're using the diamond practice?
Depends on how many steps you're going to do. So, give you an example. What we worked on the other night was a mall that uses our pads, and they go through every night and they run one grit. So, let's say the first looked at great, and you ran a grit, so you're going to have to. There's not anything set in stone. If I was to say, powder polishing with 75 cents to $1.50, that would be accurate too. But 75 cents on 8,000 feet, now all of a sudden, so there's a lot of variables. Some people, and correct me if you've got something, but people will have a minimum charge to go out there, you know. Options, you know, and if you do a sample, like if somebody wants just light duty polishing, do a sample, then you can also tell them we can make it look better by doing this and this, and show it to them. Because what if they like that one better? I said that earlier. We never know what the customer wants. Right.
They might not know either.
Right. But in the end, let's talk about the installation. You bought the material at $4 to $6. It's $3 to $4 to install. So your value is there. You're not going to charge more than that. But you can get pretty close if you can make the stone look that good. And so these are fantastic for light duty. Talked about the diamond impregnated pads. We talked about the powder no pads. Pizza's going to get here pretty soon. We're going to eat a little bit. We're going to get on the diamonds, and that'll be the last thing we do. And that'll be pretty close to perfect. And then that would be, now you're going to be like, $1.50, what are you crazy? I give you a brand new stone. That would be $3.50, $4.50 a square foot. So there's some ways, some things to think about. First thing you want to do is get your cost. So, but even that is minute, I think. When I was doing some math out, the highest I could come up with was 20 cents a square foot, maybe 22. And that was all the steps. And also including product. Or no, that was, yeah, that also including product, because like the diamond pads, they're $1.50 for the actual diamond pads, $600. But if they go 6,000 feet, diamond square foot, 50 cents labor a square foot, you're less than 20 cents. That's long term. So some of those things are going to factor in. Are you already there? You know, if you're like those guys that do the carpet room for $9.99, unless you're doing your neighbor's house, how do you make money? Yeah. And to tell you the truth, if I was you, I would call a stone guy. Hey, you put on 1,000 square feet of marble, powder polish. What do you think? How do you know I haven't done that to you?
They usually want to go out and see it.
Some do.
Go and squeeze your eyes through.
I'll talk about when you get a contractor and just give me your price. Take a look. All right, come take a look. So, what are we looking at? Come and take a look. This is actually all mechanical. There's no chemical. Looks really good. Great reflectivity. I can see here, not only the etch is still here, but there's heavier scratches here. See how the heavier scratches is down there? Right? So let's say I'm somebody coming in, oh, I thought that was gonna go away. Can you make that go away? Yes. Everything is yes. Nothing you can't make perfect. One time I hold mine. So, another thing too, notice the middle looks better. You know why that is? Most people are less confident going on the edge. So this had the most amount of time spent on it. So that tells me that you should know. Take your time with it.
Well, does the fact that you roughed up with 400 prior on the outsides
have something to do with it? I don't know. Like, cause here looks good. I was talking more like that. Like that looks. This right here looks pretty close to this. And we went 2 rows and 2 rows with 400 and less here. So you do make a point. It's valid, but I think that part is
Yeah, because it
I can see a difference.
No, yeah, this looks good.
Right.
You're just right up to here, and I'm sure this was before her.
We went here till all the way to the edge. And he was more confident in the diamonds, so he was all the way to the edge. So it was honed all the way. But you can tell people are a little bit less confident on it.
Residue or some sort of along.
Uh-huh.
Now, does that go?
I don't know. Oh yeah, look.
But you need to clean rinse this?
It's a good question. I think, so here's my answer always. We talk about this. Somebody would ask me whether I rinse it when I'm done. And truth is that if the vacuum works like this did, you can go over with just a dry mop. I clean that with my fingers.
Yeah.
So do you?
Probably in my case, having truck mount equipment, you know, I could run a turbo over it with a brush slip, right? A neutral pH.
Huge advantage. But let me ask you this: sometimes even when you do that, there's spots that are still moist. There's some water that spills out of that, right? It's not-
Of course.
So this would be very similar. But I've had people who will say, "Hey, do I mop between?" You know, you didn't ask that question, but they're like, "How do you mop between?" And I'll tell them, "Well, I only mop between when my vacuum is not very good."
See, with us, that's what it's almost a double as good as if I do it because then it's hard.
Right. Right.
That's what I do. Yeah.
You do that too?
So of course, I'll clean the floor first.
So that necessity turns into another job. You had to vacuum it anyway. They just don't do that.
Like some people, they don't like to use powder. They're scared of it.
Okay, so take a look. Looks good? Does it look perfect? We'll make it look perfect.
Yeah, I have that
diamonds as well.
SX.
Yes. Well, no, actually, what we're trying to do is help you to determine.
Yeah, okay.
Not all of them. So if you have a light duty, so for me, right now, I would say you would be looking at EMP. I would say step 3, you need for sure, maybe even 2 or 3. And then you see the diamonds, you make a determination if you get customers pay for that better floor. And it doesn't have to be all the steps that you're going to see. We're going to do work with all of the diamonds. But at the end, 90% of the work is at 418 powder your house. Of course, that was never perfect. So one more step where we can get better results. But that pad, that's going to make it look perfect. That's $59.
So one doesn't make it dull?
But they go, you go about, they go 4,000. We'll explain it why. Diamond breaking the pad, they kind of flexible. Causes look. That's why the clarity is cut with the diamonds. The diamonds have a hard face. A former you get that perfect.
I don't want to use a truck.
Perfect should be out. Diamond pressure with then microfiber. It looks a little bit like this because this it'll go over and go down and enhance possibly some of the fissures, like over here. The diamond impregnated bed. See how the fissures are a little bit more extreme? Right. It's all mechanical, so it's going to keep doing that. Whereas diamonds, that'll be less. You'll see it. And again, these are 3 different things that I want you to learn of and pick up the ones that best fit you. If you're going to do restoration, you want to charge more money, you're going to want to do diamond. You'll still have an idea of what this looks like. On travel teams, like in showers, I would 7, 2, or 3. Nobody wants a shower. You get 2 or 3, or just a 3, you snap it right back up.
Yeah, you get that.
You're a hero.
Yeah, it's not.
But remember, on a shower,
You can go back and
I was charging
buff
like
it out.
build your own shower. Redo the whole shower. Number 1. Number 2, that Makita is 6.6 pounds. Basically, I'm trying to get paid for a day recovery too. And if they don't like it, I'll just go. There's, with the value that we have with the stone, Sean can probably tell you. Here's a price. She mentioned 2.5 people, come into her place. So, and I'd come with the highest price. You probably would have took it. Know your value, and also understand the work that comes with it. So, another example. I had a countertop and I think I told them like, a couple of bucks for the deep clean, we're going to polish, we're going to seal, this and that. And they said, oh, well, you know, you just see all the white around the edge. I said, how much does do that? Oh yeah, I can do that. $1,200. Of course, you know, nobody gets half their car washed because the sprinkler head hit it, right? So the price is what it is. So I get very defensive that way because I see people many times the opposite of me trying to get somebody who doesn't know better. Oh, you know, it's dirty my stone. Oh, it's damaged. Just different things like that. Just want you to know your value. Because I'm going to charge you the same whether you charge $1 or $6. So, anyway, what do you think? Lunch is down here.
Lunch will be here soon.
Okay.
So I think we can
Take a quick little break.
take a little break.
Let's take a little break and we'll start doing some diamonds.
Diamond workout.
Boom.
I wanted to ask you if you are you talking about this one right here? The one you said you used for...
Let's go check it out.
Because I had a question about this one.
Now, and then we're going to stay in the 120 a little bit longer. Make sure we get all the out. But it's about 3 years old.
I want to get some testimonials, just like a brief video of anybody if there was I wanted to get a testimonial from somebody, like saying, oh, I'm in the class, right? I still have
$4 a
Because I'm already charging $2 just for cleaning and sealing. That's with the truck now, and then I'm sealing with.
No, what area are you in?
Chino.
Oh, okay.
Chino. How about you?
I'm in Temecula, Marietta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's your feedback?
It's interesting thing. I'll give you one. Reese, I'm Nick. Yeah, nice to meet you.
So you know the 3rd Army guys?
I do. Yeah, he actually lives right around.
Yeah, he cleaned my brother's carpet out there, and my brother lives in Menifee.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
he's,
Open for it
he's
again
great.
or recommending it to somebody else in the team?
Are you on a truck now forum?
Thank you. See you around.
Yeah, me too, bro. Yeah.
He
I do sometimes like Dropmaster and some of the products, but here and there, if not, I just go to my janitorial supply. Like,
yeah, I've been doing this since 2000. And I love the chemical line. Yeah. Dropmaster. Dude, I mean, before that, you had to massive difference.
yeah.
There was just enough cutting agent.
Okay. Yeah, they're really good. This one. Just
The side had us to the yeah.
That's just cleaning and sealing.
Yeah,
This was 2,600 square feet, I think. And I think that day I was feeling most 3,200 square feet. I was like, you know what? They said, can we do tomorrow? And I was like, you know what? I'll do it for $1. Let's do it. Let's run it. So it was just cleaning and
I
sealing.
got one identical to that same floor I'm doing next week. So yeah, that like using a ground like that thing is so good.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah, it's easy. It's such a porous floor on so many spots where it's so to build up. It's such a difference.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while too.
That's awesome.
This one though has been like my biggest hit right now, just for carpet cleaning. Right now, it's like at 8,000
Good videos, dude. Wow.
And I think I'm almost like at 2,000. Just organic too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get better at that, dude. That's
This
what I'm
one-
not good at. It's the video side of things. I gotta get better at that.
This one got me a lot of work, advertising it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the process, basically.
People trip on videos like this. It's so sick. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's good, dude.
So my brother, he does Facebook marketing, so he's the one that takes care of
Oh,
my marketing.
there you go, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I need. I need one of those guys in my life, dude. I'm like, man, I need someone just to follow me around because it's like Yeah, sometimes there's no time. It's just not, and it's like, when I'm focused on the job, right, it's so tough to like stop the way it needs to. Right. Yeah, I've done some really cool jobs. Probably the most difficult job I've done is standing and refinishing part of the floor. Yeah. From top, bottom to top, basically. Yeah, that's like what I just did that last one. Take it down. That shit took me like 4 days for 800 square feet. I was like, fuck, man, what did I get myself into? I think I charged it at $4. I think I came out of there like 36, 3800. Then after I was like, okay, this was 2018 or 2018, I think. After that, I said, you know what? I'm not gonna get sanding and refinishing anymore. That's just too. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I understand. That's a different level. Yeah, that's kind of how that movie Nip is too. That was like, that's way beyond just polishing. Yeah, that and the floor to begin with was like dope. The floor was like really was like this to start with, so it was a very unique, interesting job.
You do a lot of marble travertine.
A lot of travertine. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of powder polish with travertine.
So will you just clean it first with the truck mount and then go over with powder, or you just go straight to powder and just rack it?
Yeah, straight to powder. I mean, the powder does a really good job at removing all the soil, really. And then, if anything, if I'm gonna truck mount, it'd be after for the neutralizing and also to remove the residue from the powder polish. Yeah, I would never do it beforehand. If I'm gonna truck mount it, I'll truck mount it last. Otherwise, I'm truck mounting it twice. That would be the last step. It's crazy to remove all that, and you can use it for neutralizing. You can only use a pre-treatment neutralizer and then truck mount it. That's what you're doing with the turbo, right? It's essentially flooding the season. And yeah, it's a good job.
It's crazy. I would think that you would want to clean the route first. Remove all that dirt.
No, I mean like there was heavy like rocks or debris. Yeah, get that up, but you don't need it cleaned before the polish does a really good job at pulling the soil out of the pores. You'll see it pulling it out. Yeah, and then truck mount it last because you want to remove, you want to use it. Again, it's all about time.
Right.
Use that step as the neutralizing process, removing all the powder that may be built up in the grout joints, right? Sticking that out, just truck mount that out.
Yeah, because cleaning it all takes a long time.
Heck yeah, you do that last. Yeah.
You call me
Yeah,
and
you
you
don't
say
have to have a clean floor per se, like before polishing.
But to think of a work.
A couple years ago, I did 2,000 square feet of polished travertine with the truck mount, and she takes it out super fast. It took us probably like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Quick, and then even with the sealing, it just went super quick because it wasn't bad or anything. So
yes and no.
That's just 3 hours there. Polishing it. Powder, right? Powder or the one over there?
Typically, I've never used it. I'm going to start. I like this for a lot of the cases that I would be doing. Yeah, this would work just fine. That requires for sure another process or another step. Like you have to go back, you have to move that. You have to. So yeah, this can be, and even the 3-step process is good. I mean, they all three have their time.
¿Cómo viene el almuerzo? Shot my doctor for a quote. I didn't. You know what I mean? I didn't say no. He's able to take care of me, and here it is.
So Temecula, Murrieta, Menifee, Lake Elsinore, Fallbrook, and all those surrounding areas that do service. Yeah, no. Yeah, we do carpet cleaning, tile grout cleaning. Yeah, I have 3 pre-truck mounts.
Okay, cool.
All they were doing. Make a very nice living room.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, and then we also have a flooring and design center. So we do, we install like a flooring, but also do kitchen model, bathroom model. Yeah, all that. So I got my wife.
Yeah, that's
Always
last
want people to replace this or
Then you have to
redoing
pay-
that. Oh, we got you there.
People ever do some designing.
Yeah, for
Have
sure.
fun with it.
Yeah,
It should be expensive.
definitely. Yep.
We don't charge because we get a chance to work with somebody and we're gonna get into the business. We'll earn you for it. If we want you to have, do this, we're gonna help you. See what I mean? Because without their success, they wouldn't come back. Yeah. Dave. Dave? Let's talk about it. So who has questions on courts? There's courts over here.
Ayuda ahorita ya se lo hizo.
Can go on.
Now take a look. So this is actually not a high quality piece of quartz. And we'll be doing a quartz class. I know, I'm just trying to, I was gonna move this, but I think we're gonna take that. Come on over here. Let's take a look over here. Come on this side. Look at this little spot over here. Can you see it? So can you see where you have speckles? You see the shiny speckles? The speckles are the stone. Many of them are the stone, and if you look closely, they're more clear stone. The grayness mostly comes from the resin that is mixed with basically your resin product or chips it. So, we have a cream system which would clean this up a little bit, bring some increased utility, and let you have cream. I can't afford you now. I know the machine and all that. Your resume is good and everything. So, if we have an already polished surface, we're trying to polish and move that down. But if we have something more severe, more severe plaques, we actually use diamond. Because what happens in this industry is fabricated material is fine, right? And it's hard to make it perfect, meaning that the cuts come across perfect. There's always find a little bit of efficiency. What happens is you get the customer who has a big COVID slab, and when it's not right, somebody will say, oh, hey, that's a problem. You did it for me. So what happens is somebody with less experience did the job, or maybe he's around, or works with a guy, working on sandpaper, put it down, and now all of a sudden, man, it's not able to cover it. I think down the street, they call it perfect. The guy, they do a lot of what we call city. So when you put two pieces of quartz together, and something goes over the sandpaper or something, right? And it's terrible. What are their options? Either they have to pull out both countertop, fabricate, reinstall them correctly, or correctly call and Anton can fix it to where he can't even tell. Because he's also going to pay almost $4,000 for 32 inches. You know why? Because he can. You know why he charges? Why does anybody do anything? So, he knows that now. So, he We are going to have a class on that.
And we'll be doing it also. All right, so your food is here. Some pizza here. Yeah, pizza. Let's take some time here. It's 12, we'll be about 20, 30 minutes. We'll get the diamonds and we will be done. We'll go around a little bit, hang out over here. Anybody has different questions?
If they ask for it, yes.
You have lipstick or what?
No.
Of course. Yeah, let me write that down. Actually, did you fill out? Good. Let me get it, make sure it's good. Meaning that somebody had a question, you can read it. If you get it wrong, we're not going to get it. Right?
You know what I was
How about that? Yes, sir. I'm going to get to that.
Yeah. Again, but to be honest with you, I feel like ahorita nos va a decir cómo aire afuera.
So she wasn't sure. So, there you go. Have it right here. Welcome to church. Fernando! Oh, yeah. That's my insult. He did, but I was in winter at the time. It still hurt. That was me. It's okay. Take your time. Oh, I'm just going to let that go. Hopefully it doesn't fall on you. Hello, Stonemaster West. How you doing?
I was looking at that.
Yeah. Okay.
Where do I see?
Good. Good. Because I've never seen him do it with
Yeah, you're in now.
Yeah, well, I'll get that for you. I'll get that.
I'll find it.
¿Sabes qué? La cuestión es algo que existe. La mayoría de casas van a tener granitos o eso.
While everybody's eating, I want to make a quick announcement. I'm going to send out a code for a discount on our products through Amazon. So in order to get it, you have to put your email in the sign-in sheet. So just keep that in mind if you're going to get that code. Email in the sign-in sheet.
Now, can we follow you on any social media?
Yeah. Just don't go online. Social media. Yeah, we have a social media we have Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You do the social media.
Caesar and Iris.
Figuring out.
See if it's got. Okay. Hold off on that because my brother was.
Oh, and the other thing is they have a shirt for you guys.
I didn't go, but Mark and David said that there was pretty good turnout. It was our first
Yeah, American Rental Association.
something like this over there. And it's been a long time coming. We've been trying to organize something, but you know, with Vegas, you have to be careful also with the season. When it's too hot, people won't show up. And it's kind of hard on me too because you're running the machine in the heat. But it was a good time. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah. I know that he talks with Luis about epoxy pretty often. That's kind of lost touch with him. Do you do any work at all? We have a market specific event too. I think we have something in May. Maybe bigger than we have different types of vendors that company equipment and not just from Right, Rob? You guys doing something from today?
Yeah, everybody's gonna be here. It's gonna actually be like a small one-day trade show.
So like instead of having one person doing a demo?
We'll have about 12 to 15 visitors.
Eso tiene como a ser más barato, supuestamente para ganar más dinero en vez de un sobretaje. No estamos bajando. No se mancha.
¿De qué producto están hablando? Sí se mancha y sí se raya porque es plástico.
Plástico, ¿verdad?
Exactamente, el plástico se raya. La manufacturadora dice que no se mancha, pero eso no es cierto. Se mancha menos que el marco, pero igual se puede manchar. Es limpio, pero también se puede manchar.
¿Qué puede manchar si está bueno? La luz de esta clase de luz. Por lo general pasa.
Pero la gente de ahorita piensa que es una maravilla del mundo. Pero es bueno para ustedes porque pueden ganar más trabajo que
¿Cuál son más universales tanto de TAP no usan en otra clase de aplicaciones, no?
Casi no. Sí se usan en piso, a veces en unos casinos se puede ver el guaso, pero por lo normal es en una casa o en un apartamento.
Sí. Más barato. No, pero dicen que no es tan barato.
No, hay de cuartos a cuartos. Como Santa Margarita. Santa Margarita es el cuarto italiano, muy caro. Hay otros más baratos que muy caros. Pero casi todos son caros porque son importados de Italia. Por transporte.
Eso no es el producto del caso.
Solo hay un solo manufacturador, Cambridge. Es el único manufacturador en Estados Unidos. Y por lo normal es más barato.
Ya le puedo enseñar ella todos los packs que hay que tener. Cada pack vale 100 $100.
So court. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Absolutely, we are. Nah. I'll give it 2 minutes. They're still eating a little bit. Oh, there it is.
So I put the, I don't know how good you're getting started with the yeah. 50 grit? Yeah.
Sure. Where you've been doing it? I just want to do it together.
Well, because where's the etching now? Where's the etching? It was on the back, right?
You know what we can do? We could do more severe itching. We could put some quick clean. But
You want? Yeah.
so we put some etching down. You saw David put some etching this morning. Most of your drinks that you're going to find in your fridge, right? Orange juice would do the same thing. On the pads that we used, the 3-step system didn't take all the etching out. So you want us to use a stronger acid and put like a hole in it, and then we get rid of it. You want to see that?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Because damaging stone, that's what we can do. We do that better than anybody.
But we didn't, we just did the two-step, not the three.
We did the three. So whatever we didn't take from there, we go for restoration. But you know, it came out of that.
Sure. This would be like your CLR, your, I don't know.
I've seen that come out.
Not liking it, but yeah, it's exactly a mess. Why is that bubbling up? Anybody know?
Acid. Chemical reaction. The acid is alkaline.
Damn! I wish I had a prize for you. That's exactly right. When these two hit, it's actually two of the more opposite things, fire and water. So what happens is the reaction, they both fight, and the fumes that come up are actually what cause the damage. Now I'm playing junior chemist.
So you are doing this to damage, right?
What's my name?
That's right.
Say my name.
Say my name.
Heisenberg. Remember that?
No, man.
Breaking Bad? You haven't seen it?
I've seen 4 episodes and then that's it.
That's towards the end of the, towards the end of the,
okay,
it's
so for
probably
me,
like season 5.
Breaking Bad. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Everybody loves Curb Your
Yeah,
Enthusiasm.
I love it.
I've never seen it.
No?
I'm behind on it.
Too many times.
I know. All right, so come take a look. So actually, to Sean's point, actually I don't know if you really had a point about this, but for me, I want you to feel that texture. Now look at the damage we created here. There's like you could light a match off of it. Let me feel it. We used an extremely concentrated hydrochloric acid cleaner that we're hoping to get on. Right? Look at that. It's not thick, it's damaged. It's so rough that you can totally do it. And it's just eating away. Cody, come on and take a look. I want to show you. This is the, so when you get heavy damage, and we can scratch it. I can scratch it too. Mexican Express card.
Why not? That's Rover.
Tic-tac-toe.
That's Rover just kind of, nobody cut Rover's nails.
So,
Rover's run around.
So I'm working, I think it's a Friday, late, 35.
Yeah.
And I think I'm funny, right? But I'm not.
Wait,
So
we think we're funny because at the later in the day it gets,
you're more tired. Yeah, you catch me 2 in the morning, I am the funniest guy. So I get a call, and it was a girl. She was, she must have been afraid. So she said, I have a problem with my stone. My dog gets rough. My dog, you pee on it. What should I do? And I said, get rid of the dog? Yeah, see, I would have thought that was funny.
No. Really, bro.
Quiet, no.
You cannot do it.
Yeah, no. That's the babies, the dog.
You cannot do it.
Yeah.
It's like saying, pick your child out there.
Yeah, no. When I go to a customer, I always say I love the dogs. I don't have a dog, but I always
Even though you're allergic to them.
Exactly, I always say that. Oh, what a nice dog.
But the scratches and all that, like, you have stone, you have a dog?
Yeah.
You should be giving them a card. Yeah, they're going to be calling you off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and if they're house dogs, they're gonna be urine all through the floor. Forget about it.
I remember thinking how funny I was. Not at all.
Did she hang up on you? No.
She calls me every Friday, hangs up to this day. Marky, is this Marky? Get out, yeah.
No, but you guys don't like pets.
What is that? I need to hear someone that loves pets.
I like
My
pets.
fur babies.
PETA. People eating tasty animals.
Well, we as a carpet cleaning, we deal with pet urine all the time. I mean, a really serious contamination.
Well, better than the other side.
But I always said, oh, pets are beautiful.
For sure, but hey,
Pets put your kids through college, right? So there you go.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so what we did here is we added.
Can you say something
Of course.
Because I have everybody's attention. I mentioned it already, and I'll mention it in Spanish as well. I'm going to email everybody a promo code for our Elite pads on Amazon, so you can get them a little cheaper. The way I'm going to send it out is by email, so make sure to, when you use the sign-in sheet, to get your email. Put your email down.
Caesar, I have a question for you, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now I'll say it in Spanish. Voy a hacer una promoción en Amazon, especialmente para las almohadillas y los productos que estamos usando aquí. Y les voy a mandar un enlace por medio de email. So asegúrense de en el sign up sheet de poner su email. Porque mucha gente pone su teléfono, pero se lo voy a mandar por email.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we don't have to be in Riverside, or if he doesn't want to carry, or she doesn't want to carry the product, buy it from Amazon and you can get it tomorrow. Anna, what's up? That's Anna. Anna, this is everybody.
Hey!
How you doing, Anna?
You caught me. I'm trying to get pizza.
There you go. Get your pizza on, girl.
Before we start doing restoration, why don't we take a? Can we take a picture? I want to take a picture of everybody, just because we never had before. So yeah. So get up and come. Where are we gonna do it? Right around here?
I don't know. You just told me.
Yeah, let's do it right now. Well, what's the best place? I don't know. All right, let's line up right here, and he'll take a picture from over there, and I'll be in front of the machine. Come on over here. Bring your best side. Nobody's gonna be looking for you anyway. Come on over here. Just get behind us or in front, or bring your chair if you want to sit down.
Anywhere.
All right. You're gonna have to get farther away. You're gonna have to get on top of a chair or a forklift.
Yeah. Help people in the back.
That's right. Biggest in the back.
I'm gonna use this chair.
There you go.
Don't fall. If you do, let me get my camera first.
You gonna do boomerang?
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. So what we have on here is the diamond pads. These are the pads that are going to get this back polished very, very nicely, close to perfect is what we're looking for, right? So what we do is we make the diamond pads in 50 grit, 120 grit, 220 grit, 400 grit, 800 grit, 1800 grit. They come 3500 grit, and we offer an 8500 grit. You have to use all the pads? The answer is no. Where you need to start is at the pad or the diamond that's going to remove the damage. And then you progress onward finer and finer. Okay, there's going to be two things we're going to look at. One is the mechanical grind, which is the process of removing the damage. And the second would be a chemical transformation or a polishing transformation, which is the last step to bring a polish. And we'll talk about that and address it once we get there. The diamond pads, did you have me one? Oh, this one tore off. So we had one tear off yesterday, and I have it in my pocket, and I'm going to glue it on as soon as we're done. And it's going to keep on working. And the pad is what gave. It wasn't the diamonds. The pad actually tore. But Dave also ran it off the edge of the thing, so that could happen. So these pads, the reason we can get these pads to work under a machine that doesn't have the heavy weight is because these are 2-inch discs, not 3-inch. Which means we're increasing the PSI. We don't need the heavy weight because what we did was we reduced the size, making the pressure better. So it's going to cut better, for sure. So that's what we do. We have 8 diamonds on that one there. We make them in 7-inch, we make them in 20-inch. And what we're going to do is start with 50 grit, which is going to be the most aggressive. You don't have to use 50 grit, but if you had a heavy scratch or maybe damage like that, you might want to think about it. Cool. All right, we're going to do these 2 rows here and see if we notice a difference. Water first. I usually wait till I see a little bit of water coming out back here. Okay, cool. Get a feel for it.
What grid are you starting with?
It was 50 grit. You hear that grinding? I think so. Yeah, I think I'll go a long way with it. Down and back one.
So this is just another way besides the powder.
So when we talk briefly about offers, for me, polishing would be a one-step or a powder polish, something simple. And then scratch removal would have been the 1, 2, 3. It took most of it out. It gave a great versatility, but we also saw a little bit of etching that didn't come out, right? This is restoration. So the difference would be money. So this would be to remove all the heavy scratches and get it back to perfect. You're looking at $3, $4, $5 a square foot, depending on how many square feet. But again, you're valuing that against the cost of new tile going. And you can only do that if you can produce a new tile look.
So then you can go even further, like if you have lippage removal, then you're talking grinding.
Absolutely. And I like to call that a complete restoration. So restoration to me is make it look as good as possible, but complete restoration, absolutely, would be taking down the lippage. And I'll go one further too. So what I would do is when I talk to people, we're taking out damage, and lippage is when you have high and low spots. So when you would talk about lippage removal, not interested. No, it's $6 a foot. It's fine. That means that what I would say is, well, I can get your stone back to 90%. And people are thinking, well, what's the other 2%? Well, when you have those high and low spots, you can't get into 100% of the floor, right? So I'll have people sometimes who would say, well, it blends in really nice, but sometimes you can see a little crack, and that's fine. And they're shiny. And if I gave them that information or talked about doing 90% of the floor, what's the 2%? Well, that's that low spot that you can't get to. So because you're not going to pay for complete lippage, your installation is not flat, and therefore I cannot touch 100% of your floor. So I can't give you 100% of a store and get 98%. 2% is that area on the bottom you can't get to. And you only come up with that after somebody says, oh, I still see a little bit of a crack, or I thought it was going to be flat, or whatever. It's going to get them to think that you didn't give them everything, or a perception was that it was going to be totally flat. And I do like offering restoration and talk about lippage. Make them say that. Then it's on them, right? I like to run the machine on the bottom of that line because most of your machines on the small end are going to be 17 inch like this one. The tiles are 12 by 12. So if I go in the back and I go across that line, that ensures that the machine's going to overlap, right? If I don't do that and I don't overlap, the next diamond is not going to take out the scratches of this. Same reason why you can't skip anything. But had that traveled from Vegas to here, that's where we do what it smelled like it did yesterday. Still not as bad as yesterday, but but it's still. If you see any of the on the top kettle of water separating slightly, and sometimes you can look, if you take a good look, it's a little rainbow. That's because of the chemical. Back him up. Kind of go down and back 1, down and back 2, 3, 4. Let's come take a look. All right, so consistency is good. Okay, I could have spent more time here. It should be more consistently white. Could have spent a little more time. Yeah, so the middle one I spent a little more time on. What you're looking for is like right here, all consistent look to it, right? So if you, that's a limpid spot. So let's see how that blends in later. If we had, well, let's see, what else?
Just walk to the little.
I'm sorry, what grit is this? This was 50 grit.
50. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and the good thing would be, and again, you know, take a picture of it. That way you know what 50 grit looks like. Obviously, people don't weight this bad, but, you know, it could. You know, they could have a heavy scratch or damage or, again, CLR. My kids went to private school because of CLR. But yeah. What I want to do is make sure everything is consistently circular. That means the diamonds are working, I've taken out the damage, and I'm off, right? I'm off and running. If I had a straight scratch still there, I've spent more time. Or I'm just not going to take that scratch out. So when you do restoration, you just want to see this. And I've actually gotten past the higher points, I'm looking good, and I pick up a lot, and then I have this white scratch everywhere. That's, you know, and I get that call too. What's the answer? Is it like that? Well, I read that map and clean it for it. Sweep it. Okay. Yeah. We spent some time somewhere on some passage, and I really don't know where it was. So let's just keep going.
I was trying to look for it, but
I think it's over here and over here. So we went over it. Consistent. Why is that so white? It's all calcium. All right. And actually, I didn't spend very much time over here. So let's do that with the next group. So 120. So the whole idea of the diamond grits is wherever you start, you have to continue with our grit system, because the 50 grit and these scratches will be removed with the 120. After 120 is 220. 220 will not remove 50 grit scratches, so you have to work your way up. Bottle up. Pretty good time. Okay. Well, the last time we went late, we were waiting for lunch. Gotta get lunch here at like 10 o'clock. Yeah. Grab a chair. It's just that thing. Grab a chair if you want.
Oh, no, no.
Okay, I'll do that. There you go.
We went in with the 50 grit, so that's why it looks a little white and gold.
That's a finished product there. We're done. That's
Welcome. Everybody in the live, let us know if you have any questions. It's pretty quiet around this time, so feel free to pop in with your questions as well. Yeah, this is all marble floors with crema marfil.
it's kind of tough to do and have a
marble,
customer
and then the separata, which is
watch
usually
it,
white
right?
or grayish.
And they will. How do you think they feel about pulling back the vacuum and seeing that you turned it into concrete? Made it all fun. I was going to ask if you were short on water. Yeah?
Okay, Chavez, welcome.
Pablo, you might give us water?
Oh, no, I think we've got the bucket.
The bucket's right here, right? Yeah, he's filled it.
Yeah. Oh, we're good.
Well, since you're out, you want to run the machine?
I'll watch it.
We're going to get you on that machine. Right after you knock over the camera. Be careful.
150 grit. We scratch all of this with the 50 grit. And most jobs, you probably start around 200 or 400 grit. That's just the average when you start. But we wanted to show you guys the whole process. And that's where we start at 50, so that's what we're doing here. You see this full floor, it looks pretty nice. We've already polished it a few times with different products to show our class here. And this area, we intentionally are starting all over at 50 grit.
So with a hand tool, you just use the 7-inch back? 7-inch back?
Yeah, and that's good. The best would be that oscillating machine I showed you, because in the way that we go, talking about 600 RPM, that actually goes slower, but because it oscillates, we count it at 1700 RPM. But it doesn't go 1700 like this, it does little triangles. So the movement is 1700 movements per minute, which is a lot. But that also cuts the time way down. So that tool not only is bigger, cuts flatter, and faster. It'll give you, because of that, the outcome will be better results. So.
And that would be for like countertops and walls?
I wouldn't hold that up sideways. I don't even think you can. I think countertops and like Sean was talking about, like a bathroom, people just don't want to go, something like that. Because once you hold the machine this way, it becomes difficult. The other one, that one you can just let it go and it's just kind of, it's really pretty well balanced. So.
Why the grit process? So if you check part 1 of the Live Peak 760, you'll see
Notice
that
at the beginning had heavier sound, and now it's quieter.
And it gives you pretty good results.
Feel it too.
It's not
The
gonna remove
vibration,
any
like you
heavy
feel it when
scratches
it's real
or
gritty and
acid
it starts
marks,
smoothing out.
leftovers
Right.
on,
Yeah.
like,
And the reason I mentioned that was
wine,
because
coffee, soda,
when
anything
he
like
went from
that.
the top row to the
So
next,
we're
over here.
just going in the, through the
really some
motion of
tones.
showing you different ways to do it. We have a part 1 and a part 2. This is a part 3. And this is just the most time consuming, but also the best way to remove heavy scratches and to leave a completely brand new looking floor. You don't have to start at 50. You can usually start at 400. I mentioned that already. But if you have really deep scratches, we want you to see what 50 looks like. So that's what we're doing here for this demo.
No, man, it's out, right? Until last weekend, I should have went.
If you have any follow-up
How was
questions,
it?
like if you still not understanding why diamond or grit isn't required, go ahead and DM us and we'll give you a one-on-one consultation. We're always available for
Oh, you did see that
call,
one, huh?
chat.
Yeah, you talked about it that Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I really did. That's awesome.
We had dinner with my dad, and then remember I was going to go to that Roscoe to watch Flashback?
Yeah.
Dude, like You couldn't even get in. I mean, you could have, but you cruise by, we wanted to be there and find
That
everybody.
plate right there is a
I didn't see
30
him.
pound weighted plate. You can find it at hardrockpool.com. I'm gonna link it in the comments.
There you go. Alex, why don't you vacuum up for him, and then you can run the next diamond. The next diamond will be the red 220, and we'll just keep rotating like that. Yep. And I think Miguel's going to want to be next after that.
Also carry it. If you want to buy it online, that's the place to go.
Yeah, you're good. Everybody, that's Fernando over here in the back. He's going to be helping you at the counter. Anybody have questions like, hey, how much is that?
So because they're all calcium based
And don't
materials,
forget,
they all react pretty
we're
much
still honoring that
very similarly to
35%
these
off
kind
on
of
the
processes.
elite pants.
So yeah, kind of like sanding wood. You're using something
See the
like
difference, like, didn't probably take it far
a
enough.
resin dye
Good question. I'm glad you saw that. Let's talk
to
about
wear
that.
down the stone, grind it down, and then polish it.
Yeah, come take a look.
Travertine limestone and marble. That's all.
Come take a look. We want to talk about something here. So notice that the middle, come feel it. Nice and smooth, feeling good. I don't like this scratch so much. I don't know how it came out. This one here, Dave? It's a little much. Let's see if it goes away. I don't mind problem because it'll let you know what you can and what you cannot do. So just keep going. But that scratch is kind of weird. So notice that the middle looks pretty good. Does anybody look at the edge? There's scratches there. Now, that is pretty nasty, and that is not. That tells me that for the course of running the diamond pads, they did not overlap.
220 grit.
That's what we didn't talk about it. We just did. That's the area we want to polish, and we want you to see the difference. However, when you go with the 50 grit, the next one he just did was 120. You do not overlap 120. If you think 220 is going to overlap that, fix it. You're wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't even use a 120. I want to save time too. So overlapping is huge when it comes to your job. Meaning that, Cody, you go to a job and you got the whole thing, you're going to spend more time and you're going to know the area, right? Traffic areas are pretty easy to watch. I like to start in those types of areas and then spread out. I will also tell you that if you're the one person doing the work, like if it's just you have somebody named exactly. When you know where you went, it's easy to overlap. Dave really, I mean, you can see where I overlap, but because he was not me, he's not, you know, and if I went behind Dave, I might not have seen that.
When it's wet, it looks a lot different.
Correct. When it's wet, it looks a lot different.
Who's gonna knock the camera over first?
Who's gonna knock down the...
Next grid.
We always use a 30-pound weighted dye plate. We also have a 60-pound, but we never really use it for demos.
Let Alex run, right?
Sell it on the dealer, which tells me that it's
Down and back one, down and back two.
30 pounds.
Dijo que va con su con 220.
Good, you like it? We want to do all hands on it, you know, because that's the main. You don't just take a driving test, you gotta drive. Woo-hoo. Good recovery.
One thing I've noticed, I've used these exact pads before. I tried doing similar things.
Rip right up.
You have to be very careful, like going over too far.
Here's the thing though, I don't. because when I rip it off, like when you guys are gone, or if you come to the next class, this will be glued on there, and it's gonna cut. I use a 3M glue, the 77. I put some weight on it.
Pad didn't break. It actually ripped.
The pad gave, not the diamond.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just a little 3M glue there and slobber back on.
Right. But had you run it on a dry plate, you know the weighted plate, you put the 3-inch diamond, there's nothing to give there, so you would have chipped off the diamond.
Yeah.
Edges would have broken off and possibly got underneath there. So I don't mind it. That's why I use what I use. The machine. You think I don't have access to brand new machines? Of course. I want to see how long it takes until it runs out. We have 2 machines older than this. You see our videos, you'll never see a new machine on it.
Mine's not. Yeah, but mine's still broke.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still broke.
Okay. You have the round apron or the flat?
It's different. It has a red.
Okay, you have the flat one.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I like.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, we bought a bunch of these at one time. They were discounted. You know, great. They offered it to us. Take them. We did. They make them. They make them to our specs. I'll tell you what those are in a minute. But got a bunch of machines. Well, that rounded piece is huge for restoration because if it's flat, it'll go under your toe cage. If not, it'll hit cabinet.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see how this apron is? All of our newer machines are flat aprons on the bottom. So you're putting a dry plate of any kind, and you're going to raise the machine. So that machine and that apron that's rounded, that hits the cabinet. But
Yeah, mine's it's the red. It's flat. Yeah.
Especially for stone, I'm going to be going under and getting worried. Yeah, if you watch any of our videos, like we've got all those are old machines. Old machines. I have no idea. We sell them through distributors. I think they run. I think they get it for under 1,000. They've got a bunch of them too. Hey, Pablo.
What about the tanks? I think the tanks are another $100. How much was it? Question was on the machine. What's the price on it?
I think we're like $9.99. Can you get an independent, individual price on that at the tank and
Okay.
everything?
I'll get
I got a question over here. Yeah, see how it's dry? What that means is that it's tougher. When you get there, it's going to be. It's going to start grabbing. That's the official term, grabbing.
Grabbing is good in certain places.
Right. That was my previous career. I was really impressed, Sean, you got on the machine. Sean, I was really impressed you got on that machine. You got a feel for it. And it's funny, we've been having a woman, at least one, in the last 6 classes, right? And they've all gotten on it. Absolutely.
Machine alone is $9.95 or $9.95. The kit with the tank, the water tank, and the machine is $13.50. Which saves them about almost $200.
So yeah. No.
Va a quedar mejor el acabado.
Right now, this is about to be like 30. No, it's good. Yeah.
It's 220.
So when you're done, just plug the port. Put some water in there. Yeah. No, I'll vacuum. Just put enough water. Let put enough water on there so that it's vacuum up. You can see the results.
Oh yeah, there is. Right. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You don't want to get in the way.
Come take a look. It's gonna be a little bit finer, a little bit smoother. Just random things we haven't talked about. The vacuum that we have, I love it. It has 2 motors. It picks up 240 CFM, cubic feet of water per minute.
Unlimited carpet care. We'll get to your question right now.
And what happens is, I've had questions, and it's a little bit, people would ask me, well, do you rinse up between vacuums? And I would say, well, only if your vacuum sucks. You can see what you expect, right? This is what you should have. And some people are fortunate enough to have truck mounts. Use it. Just use the cone filter.
Yeah, a little bit louder because the same questions on the chat. Do we need to neutralize the floor after each step?
Good question. So when it comes to what we're doing now, which is the diamond pads, there's nothing acidic. Now, you're going to have slurry always in your grout joints. It's going to settle in the grout joint. So for us, we use a vacuum that's 240 CFMs is what it picks up, cubic feet of water.
Dual motor.
CFWs. Dual motor. So if you get a good vacuum where you pick everything up, that would be fine. You won't need to rinse it, but that depends on the slurry. But you can see how clean David picked this up. That's what we would expect. So if you're not getting this, then yes, you may need to mop in between or get another better vacuum. And the very good rubber nozzle on the bottom helps to create that suction. All right, everything looks pretty good. More.
What do you think, Keeks?
Huh? Thanks. All right. You want to get on there, Cody? What's the next one? 400? 400. Oh, that's the one that.
That's the one that's missing. That's missing one. That's the one I did the.
Yeah, but before that, that thing's been wrecked a couple of times.
It was the last class, remember?
Yeah, but then I
Did you put it on there?
Yeah, and it came off yesterday. That's why I have it in my pocket. No, you're right.
No,
it was in Vegas.
It was in Vegas. Yeah.
We found it in that. That's
Is that
right.
good right there? You good? Yeah.
That's right.
So the scratch is gone.
Hold on a minute. Well, the scratches I put were straight lines, so I would say they're gone.
They're gone, right?
Yeah. And vacuum in between every time, yes. Why? You don't want to have a more aggressive paste get in there, your diamond pad when you're running to a finer grit. You also want to be able to look at what you're doing. Right? You want to see if you need to go longer. If you miss a spot, that wouldn't be unheard of. I mean,
to charge it.
you know, you would easily miss a spot. So
That's,
yeah,
I don't know how
vacuum it
you
up.
do that.
Also, you don't have to worry about water running everywhere. It's very controllable.
Can you hold it there?
Absolutely. I'm gonna get this way.
Al agua?
Nice, Cody. I love how you move your feet.
Good face.
Most people don't do that. Until they fall down once.
Yeah.
And I've done that too, so.
Sideways shuffle.
Yeah. Hey there. It's been forever. How you been? I must be missing you. Another, yeah, a class. What a surprise. I'm doing a class, right? We've been doing them for every month for years and years. We just started doing them again after, well, COVID was a problem, of course, but yeah, it's going on. What's up? Which machine?
You see, it's, you got to pack your patience. You got to pack your patience. It's going to take time. So are you going to do the whole floor? Are you going to restore? No. You don't know what's right. So technically, I could take off to see how the question was told where it was. Again, we're exploring, we're learning. The fact that ideally, if you're restoring, you're not doing it.
She's like the white one.
But instead of referring it, do it. You know?
I use this machine where I cut all 50 stones of paint and clear this out. For this line here, all the problems there.
Right.
I got 3 tips.
So some powders are so powerful. EMP, you can take your really small duration. The first step,
I would rather have 3 of those machines.
yeah, that's
This is a big one. We have one that's cheap. The difference would be the size of the head, and some of them are 220, that's 220. Some of them we have a 110. So the 110. Bring it, please.
No, because the case doesn't really know.
Yeah.
So I take yours when I do that.
Oh, okay. So you get credit for it.
It's a real fire. That's what I feel like I call it.
No. These are actually, so, let's go over here.
Mire, lo estamos grabando para ponerlo en YouTube y Instagram. También tenemos videos, o sea, más profesionales, más cortaditos de cómo se usa cada producto. Sí, pues aquí no se puede encontrar, pero si me manda un texto y me dice, hey, quiero ver este video, yo se lo mando. Mucho gusto. Y quiero ver mi tarjeta. Alguna vez ya cerradito, no me acuerdo qué.
Good speed, Cody. Great speed. Great speed. You're ready to go. What would you say you're at, Paul? 3, 4 passes?
Yeah, I'm this is my last one.
Okay, good. So when you're ready to finish, just go ahead and flood the floor for me so I can pick that up.
So I know we can arrange the whole thing to the application or we're starting with the people about it. So, but if you don't,
That's what I did more of a simulation. So I use this one on both. So this one's kind of bigger. All right, take a look. Take a look. Where are we at? I was 400.
Pero usted qué usa?
Sí, el que no tiene que usarlo aquí, el otro, los 3 pesos.
800.
Seems like everything's already pretty gone home now. You just gotta get it. But all the stains are there.
So this is what I use So it doesn't seem as bad now because it's all 50 watts, right? ¿Sí vio? So, el siguiente es 800.
Okay.
So, estamos en 400 y a 400 es lo que hice asimilar lo que era tráfico alto.
Okay.
Entonces básicamente aquí es donde empezamos. Pero si usted ve la diferencia no se mira tan mal como cuando usted lo vio primeramente. ¿Por qué? Porque ya vos, ¿qué es lo que es 50? 50. All right. Questions? Good? ¿Te vas a correr la mano? Vamos a poner un poquito más agua. The other thing you'll notice is that as we're going up, you won't feel that pipe. Yeah, the sound of everything.
Sí, ¿verdad? Creo que también tiene que ver con lo que vas a abrir. ¿Esto tiene tricks? Pablo. Esa verdad, yo también ahorita me
Look at you. Hey, did you see that little fancy back step? Look at that. Watch. That?
Can you still teach me how to identify before we move to
Yeah. Yeah.
If no one else wants to know,
Pretty easy. I'll show you. I have no idea. I was over there too. 800. 800, the white one? 800. Got 2 more pads to go. Okay. 18 and then probably step 3 and then powder.
So still, after all this, still gotta use the powder.
We'll talk about that right now. We're gonna maybe.
This one you can use these diamonds on granite?
No. I mean you can, but it won't bring it back to the same. We have granite pads. So you're gonna go through the process of doing the work. Use the right pads.
But pads like
No. They make it 3 inch, 4 inch, and I think we can get it in 7 inch. A full diamond. The difference would be the resin is much softer, so it exposes the diamond faster. If you had 2 pieces of glass and you rub them together, because there's no abrasion, it would have opened up the diamond. Granite's very, very hard. That resin's very hard. So when you run the resin over granite, you're going to just skate over the top. You don't cut like you do here, because the marble is soft enough to where and open the diamond and where the resin is showing. So on that hard granite, you have to have a soft resin, so it exposes the diamond faster, a little bit less abrasive. Also, there's a lot more diamond. So not that much. They're like 3 inch was $22. I think 7 inch might be like 60. But also granite, more expensive, and you know the value. And again, you're doing like a seam. You probably go through Ceramica pads, and then we would finish with GP3, which is our granite polish. but it's almost like a whole nother setup, really. What you want to do, which makes sense because so much of a different type of setup. The opposite is very hard.
What about Trevor?
Well, these would include these diamonds, Travertine limestone, slate. Well, that's an outside. It would work. I polished it with them, like the slate was going to be uneven. So the next one I really want to polish will be the first time. It'll become slippery.
So this would work on like taking out like scratches, things like that.
For slate, you can use stone wash, right?
What are you trying to do?
You want to make it look shiny?
You want to make it look shiny. You have a stone wash program to apply, and it's really stable, and it's also breathable. It'll allow permeability, the moisture trapped. Good question. Yes, Fernando, you got a question? No. Maybe do you want pizza? The answer is always yes. That's stupid. What do you notice? Quieter? Yep. Less slurry mess?
We're at 115.
Right. Well, we gotta give him a finished
We're
product.
already over. Yeah.
We gotta give him a finished product.
All right.
So that's he's only on 8.
He's on 8.
We
So
need
we got
18,
one more.
and then we need step 3, and then we'll powder polish half, and then we'll be done. And then we'll show some sealer. He wants to talk about identification of stone, which is kind of easy. It's kind of like identifying people and aliens. People are gonna bleed red, aliens are not.
Something that came up real quick. This is a good one to bring up when we were talking about as far as you putting a chemical into a different container.
Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so
I told you, también me bro.
That was a while ago. You have I want you to be happy, so we're going to give you a case of crystal. Can you give him a case of our inventory? And then just give his information. You can put it as a sample, you put it in my name, and you put his name. But we had that issue, I don't know if you recall that.
Yeah, I remember.
Because you and I poured some.
It gets
And then we,
like the moldy,
no, when we left the
All right,
smells
guys,
like
800, take a look at that.
And I put in a clear container.
Don't you see?
And that was only 2 days.
Let me know if you see any itching, scratches. 800.
We got one more good to go. And then
Got one more.
Yes, sir.
They want to see what's another
Piso, alfombra y eso cuando sirve también. Justamente sí, diría que los últimos 4 años estamos viendo que está más pedido.
Listo, para correr. Venga, venga. Cualquiera de esos lados le vamos a dejarla ahí, se le va a pagar. Si cualquier lado, si quieres, no necesita sostener. Y esto usualmente como quiera, pero yo me la pongo acá, al hacer el trabajo, y para no relajarse, del agua primero, tantito ahí para que dé la ubicación. ¿Listo? So, recuerden que para arriba, tantito, se le va a mover para allá, para abajo se va a mover.
Para arriba, poquito. Pégate en la cámara para la cocina.
A little lower, right? Yeah. Lower. Listo. Ahora recuerda, ya todavía lo tenemos que dar bien. Entonces, vamos a ver aquí, el próximo va a hacer una. ¿Cómo está? ¿Mejor? ¿Sí? Ahí vale. Exacto. Y ahí, un poquito más de agua. Ahí va. ¿Ya hizo esta esquina? ¿No la ha hecho bien?
Parece que sí.
Tener paciencia, ¿verdad? Sí, no, ahí un toque se va a ir. Ya después de 200 pies cuadrados, ya a fuerza dicen, sí, ¿verdad?
I guess charges is something going up about, right?
Hey, you're cooking to drive a 64 Chevy Kenny Apple Red, like ours does.
So Mark, what was right here? Was that like a product that was off?
About a year ago, we had an issue with the preservative. The preservative is what it was
Yeah, that
keeping.
makes sense to me. I'm trying to figure it's the same container. It's not hot. I don't. All right.
So we're gonna give him 4. Here you go. We're gonna give him 4 gallons. He's got like 3 or 4, so I said 4. So she just pulled 4 new gallons for him. And if that doesn't work, I don't want to hear from you again.
I appreciate it. I'll let the boss know.
Or just put tape on the bottom. I can't see the floating. Thanks for mentioning it, though. Because it's
Ya la agarró, ya vi.
it's not hard to say.
Lleva
How would you like to get a call from
Y recuerden que a una escala más grande, ¿no? Pues necesita uno guardar las energías, como si no pueda. Se cansa.
And I get that. And we did talk to the surveyor. That's okay. But I had, there was another club years ago. Told me to throw it away. Actually, I was there. I have no idea. So the new ones. Yeah, every single chemical has a coating. Actually, that's not really loaded. Cap and all that. Between a different color cap and not having the inventory. Yeah, so I don't even know what. But let me tell you, half. I know. I had to put a lot of it. And I made one. Right? So, talk about You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, si yo tengo una, me dijo que estos son 155.
My Spanish.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You said this is like 175. You got the revelation degree.
That's it.
The speed. 175.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if I have one that's at 3? The smart type 3 speed?
I love it. Okay, so here's what I would suggest. When you work with the first diamond pad, go low speed because you want it to be consistent, and also your first grit is going to be more aggressive. So if you go high speed with your first one, your more aggressive cutting one could be doing some of this, a little wobbly, and I don't want you to do too much of that. So I want you to have the first grit with slow speed.
What would you recommend the speed?
125.
But the thing is, mine goes all the way up to 300. You know, it doesn't have
Right,
but it's kind of
No. What kind of machine do you have?
the general,
Because usually it's a switch. It's a switch. It's a switch between 175 and 300. Okay. Oh, I see the dial. Okay. Okay. I have no idea. So,
I just don't want to make sure, you know, I'm not burning the patch or something, you know?
you can't do any of it.
Okay.
The only thing is, if you go too fast, it could affect, like it's going to bounce a little bit, it might be harder to run. So I would go, you're telling me that all the way up is 300 RPM, right?
Yes.
So you go almost halfway, which would be half. Okay. And then on the second, the next passage, you can raise it up higher. But you may not be 300. You might want to stay on 280 range. But once it gets too bouncy or too fast, uncontrollable, that's bad.
Okay. Well, but after the first step,
We're at a lower grit, so we're as we're going up, and we're putting.
would you recommend it, or I can just keep it at 175?
I personally would probably go at a higher speed only on my last time. Because if you go too fast, like give you an example, you know when you have lippage?
Yes.
If I go slower, I go like this. I go like this. If I go too fast, I go, so I didn't get that scratch up. So I like to start the more aggressive ones, absolutely with the slower.
So when you're done with those 2 passes,
but then the last one can be faster.
I bring right here, he's ready with the back.
Okay.
This week that I'm using right unless the floor is okay. Or
Yeah, speed-wise,
unless
yeah.
it's jointed.
Yes,
So
speed-wise,
terrazzo has no
nice and slow
slippage. There's no seam. Right?
As-
It's basically
as we
all
start-
flat.
yeah.
Like this concrete floor. That's why these machines are on
That's where
600,
we started our
800.
reflection.
Oh,
On
it's
each little
okay.
bed.
I thought it was David.
So
Because I have the camera here.
that's a good question. Use the
you're on
equipment
that,
if you have it.
Yeah.
But the reason you use it is because on VCT there's no slippage. Okay.
So I already did the top side, so you're over here.
Having it is good. You won't be able to use it all the time. If there's too much slippage, you're going to find that the faster you go, the harder it is to work. And I know because I've used machines like that. They're not the variable speed, but there's some that you switch. Okay. You stop it, you switch it, and now it's a higher gear. Oh wow.
Also,
And we sell them actually too. Yeah. I've only sold a few, but
excuse me. What do you recommend about the weight? Obviously, a weighted plate is better, right?
it's going to save you time.
Save you time.
So initially, I'd spend my money on product and equipment.
Okay.
Get some jobs under your belt, and then if you think you want to go faster, or if you get a wide open floor and you're like, man, I'd like to do it quicker, the weight is going to be helpful. And I like to use the drive plate because the weight's on the lower end. So a lot of people will put weight on top of the machine, and the problem is moving the machine around with added weight is not easy. And the weight on the top is going to cause your motor to work so much harder because on the bottom of the plate, when you have the weight on the bottom of the plate, the centrifugal force allows the motor to work so much easier. Right? It starts spinning. If you put weight on top, you have a very good likelihood of throwing breakers. You just will. So these are good questions. But I would say the weight is not as important as you would think. But if I'm buying like an add-on to make things quicker, like your car, get the car, get this and that, and then you can buy your stereo. Right? Get what you really need first. Thank you. You're welcome. We're gonna do a couple of things. I'm gonna get you on the machine, but not right now. Would you give me the 11,000 grit? The 11,000 grit was in the white pad somewhere. In there somewhere. Yep. One of those. There you go. Thank you. That's the step 3.
That's still the 800?
This was 1800.
Oh, 18, okay.
So what we did is we used the 1800 grit, okay? And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run the step 3 over the white. No, maybe not the white. Maybe I'm not going to do the tan and the black, okay? So what I'm going to do now, I'm doing for a read. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this on flat, even. Try that. Let's try that first. Okay. All right. So, yeah. All right. So we are done with the diamond pads. When we work with these classes, we talk about people that don't have that much experience. Like you. Have you run a machine before? You haven't run a machine before? Okay. So somebody who doesn't run a machine before, perhaps they would not be comfortable with. What are you, like 9 years old? So you may not be comfortable with the powders. So I'm going to give you step 3. This is an alternative to powders. I have a customer in Arizona. I mentioned it to somebody here that we can finish and do restoration chemical free. And that's finishing with this pad. We're going to do the tan and we're going to do the black with this pad to finish the final polish it. We'll evaluate it and we'll put some powder on this side. Powders are going to be great. Nothing wrong with finishing with powders, but there are alternatives. And, you know, these all have to do with who you want to be and what you're comfortable with. 18 we did. Yeah, they did. I didn't do anything. I was watching them.
So you've got the
This is a step 3 from Pablo. Where's Pablo? Oh, there
stretch, baby.
Home stretch. One. We got 28 more to go. Good question. Different. And I'll tell you why. When you see this pad, you're going to see a product that looks chemically polished. It looks like it's finished. When you work with the diamonds, because they're complete abrasive, basically the pad in here helps to give you more of a finished look. If I use 3500 on here, even 8500, you'd still see a swirl from the resin. It's like you do with the regular diamond. Exactly. So the diamond pads I don't find very easy to finish with, and I certainly don't like the results of them. But finishing with the diamond impregnated pad gives me a better pop, and because it's such a high grit, it doesn't really affect like that orange peely look. It's finished. So you see this, and you tell me what you think. But
Are you just using this one pad?
to finish, yeah.
And what step pad is that?
This is the step 3 from the elite pads, yeah.
So they jump from 1800 to step 3, right?
Correct.
1800 DOT.
Oops. Yep. But, you know,
Yeah, it is.
you bring somebody new, maybe they shouldn't be on the pop. You know, not you, but see before you've done it. So you finish this way. Also on walls. You know, if you put an acid powder, which is what you're working with, which is mine or anybody else's, they're acidic. You do that on a wall, the chance it flies everywhere now, you could be burning stuff, it's just all bad. And of course you would be. First powder would be better, but it's still acidic. So once I start to work with it, the initial spray is going to be acidic. It's the neutralization of the stone after working on it, not the parts that fly. That's neutral. That's still acidic flying in the air. But if you, yep. Thank you for.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So what about if you're working with so you're gonna do a kitchen and the kitchen's always where they cook and stuff right next to the what would you recommend? What chemical would you recommend?
Pablo, can I get some more water, please? In the water bucket. What is the question exactly?
What chemical would you recommend, or what do you recommend I do before I even get a patch on that grease and stuff? You know where the kitchen is.
Oh, I would definitely degrease it.
Okay.
We have a product. Formula 51 is the best we have.
What is it called? I'm sorry.
It's called Formula 51. It's a heavy alkaline. Not only is it going to break up all that grease and everything you're talking about, but it will actually remove waxes. Like acrylic, if you have some acrylic on there, because some people will use spick and span to clean and they think it's shiny. And now when you start to work with the stone, if you have wax over the top, all these products don't work because you're not in contact with the calcium in the stone, right? So you're kind of trying to polish a wax, and that's not good. So,
okay, thank you.
Good question. Yeah, no worries. Nice. I could try some of that. Polish Pearl would be good too. The burnisher. We rent them here. Hard Rock. How many square feet? And is it it's a floor, right? Small entry? So too big for a hand machine.
Yeah, it's too big for a hand. That's all.
Where's this granite at?
It's at his home.
Where does he live? Where do you live?
Paris.
I'm working on some of the new granite polish, but selling it to him. Is it granite?
No, this is is that your phone or mine? Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Back pocket. You want to finish that?
Yeah. This is Lionel Fujita.
Yeah.
Well, hey there, sir. We're doing demos now. I got a demo going on too. Oh. Oh no. No. That's dirty. We're going the other way. I didn't do this at all. Yes to the black over there because I thought we could do the diamond renew against the
How many more passes are there? How many passes are there?
I forgot. That's going to be gas. What's up? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm gonna say.
La puedo tener bien rápido y me gusta que vaya así, no es para la todo se
In fact, if it actually happens to be hot, the product is going to be a little too thick, the equipment is going to have a little more. If they had to, it doesn't really, it just helps with it not come on consistent. So, you know what I mean? But I mean, it's hot, we see that garage. But yes, under carpet there. But it's very, very common with all, they're all very similar. They have the same.
Do you ever find that the song smells like the radiant?
Smells?
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, this is new. I can have you do your calls and I can make sure.
Yeah, because it smells kind of like the bottom of the ocean.
Sometimes I'll just be blasting my music and mom will just.
Yeah, like dead fish, right? It's because that's where most of the stone is formed.
Me too.
Right?
Let me have her give you a call
So
when you're
it
done.
has like fossilized
This class. That'll be before the end of the day.
in there. And that's why it smells. I
Yeah,
feel
either
it.
her or
I
Dave.
can smell
Yeah,
it,
cool.
especially on the white and the black sometimes.
Thanks, man. Take care. Lionel from RBM wants gonna pull the trigger on color enhancement. So he wants to make sure his price is accurate. We have a special we're running.
Yeah, we do. For granite.
So I'd like to have her call and give me the information, and I would like
All
to
of this one? We have all of that
samples,
here
all that.
at Hardwell Pool.
Right?
I'm frankly not the
I'll leave the rest to him.
You have to talk to
Give me just a minute, okay?
He is the expert in fabrication.
Let's squeeze it. How's it look there? Dave.
Huh?
You look polished. Want to squeeze it?
They have something.
Would you like me to help you vacuum?
Yeah, all right, let's squeegee it first to see where we're at. Let's see where we're at.
We love it. We like it.
Lisa, you have a better angle there. That looks good.
Yeah, that's all the black ones.
Yeah. Oh, looks great. All right. Yeah, let's vacuum it. Let's vacuum that.
cuando es que eso ya se termina así, ¿qué se le recomienda al cliente que lo maten con algún químico curado o qué se le recomienda?
Ese es lo que se quiere usar diariamente. Porque muchos dan algo neutral, fabuloso, cosas así. Pero lo que es que tiene mucho jabón
Pero cualquier
y
marco,
opaca el piso. Entonces, para usar algo que mantiene como
cualquier de calcio.
¿Sí? ¿Todo bien? ¿Sí?
Tiene calcio, pero bueno. Es mucho más bueno. El granito, por ejemplo, le puede llegar. El granito, la verdad, es que no se usa mucho sus escuelas porque el granito no se raya. El granito
lo usa para cortar.
entonces, si no se raya, ¿para qué lo van a trabajar? Entonces, por lo normal, el granito por lo normal y la gente se ve opaco y la gente piensa que se ocupa pulir. El Stone and Glass Scrub le va a quitar los depósitos de agua que hacen y luego un poco de neutral. Hay unos, pero nosotros los porque tiene un poquito de sellador. Mira, el video que yo le mandé a usted es ese de principio a fin, pulirlo, sellarlo y limpiarlo. No tiene que comprar el kit de $200, no lo tiene que comprar. Puede comprar el Stone and Glass Scrub y va a ser mucho yeah. El Stone and Glass Scrub vale $15.
Let's try a little bit of power.
$10 o con $25.
Where do you want to go? Diamond
Pero
Renew?
ese kit pues tiene más cosas.
Let's go EMP. We can go down enough if you want. Uh-huh.
What is that one you said right now? The
Diamond Renew?
no, the B12 or
Oh, the B2? No, we're talking crystallizer. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
So the EMP, it's not,
It's easier to work with. Let's try it on the white. And we can do some of the black if you want.
Con el diamond, ¿no?
Yeah, that needed much more.
Pero en el blanco no le digo que en el
No,
nomás te vamos a hacer el blanco.
pero ya es que ya no vamos a hacer nada.
Tengo aquí ya 3 años.
There you go. Do the white. No, just take it.
Just take it to the black.
Because since you're so high on the product, you're going to be on the grid. The combo pack. That one. Not on the diamond. White has the
EMP.
Sí, porque, miren, nosotros recibimos estas llamadas a cada rato. Hey, tu producto me pasó esto, o hice esto por accidente, ¿cómo lo arreglo?
You're looking for
Uno está acostumbrado a hacer eso. Pero también es muy malo porque a veces uno asume que usted ya sabe de lo que quiere ver, ¿verdad? A veces yo puedo decirle diamantes, diamantes, diamantes. Ustedes, ¿qué es un diamante?
Está pensando en el anillo de la novia.
Así
¿Qué, güey?
Ismael, el chaparrito.
No. I mean, on a job I would pretty much do the taping. And plus, you know, I guess I would. I just never really thought that much about it when I clean anyway. So it's not like the shop
Le voy a mandar el video.
minimizing things, but not like
Ese kit es especial para el granito. Pero un kit tiene muchas cosas. Entonces, algunas de las cosas que están adentro del kit se pueden
you want to
usar
run it a
para
little bit thicker
el
at
cuarzo
first.
y el marco.
Maybe you want to run it a little bit
Pero
thicker
si
at
no
first.
compras el kit, pensando que lo vas a todo para el cuarzo, va a estar bastante dinero. Entonces no le va a poder suceder. Este se lo recomiendo si tiene un granito. Si tiene un cuarzo,
Some of the black.
porque el cuarzo sí se raya, no como el granito. Entonces, si tiene una raya, nada de lo que está ahí te va a ayudar. Si hay depósitos de calcio,
There you go. Look at those two against the
para un cambio, pues, va a ser como lo más básico que le va a ayudar casi todo. Porque todos los superficies, cuando les cae agua, les caen los depósitos de los minerales del agua, como que lo manchan y lo hacen ver opaco, y les repito, eso no es rayado, está opaco porque está chifla. Entonces con solo limpiarlo va a ser una diferencia. Pero el mármol del cuarto sí se va a ir, también puede ser que sean rayas. Si son rayas, pues hay que determinarlo para ver qué armadillas se pueden usar. Todas esas armadillas se pueden usar como mármol, pero no
Es diferente porque
es lo primero que tienes que saber. ¿En qué estás trabajando? Y ya que no saben en qué estás trabajando.
no sé si el granito, el diamante no va a subir el granito, porque el granito no está tan top como es el marble. Eso sí, travertino creo que sí, pero también tienen otros parches que vienen con otras cosas. Bueno, creo que viene para el grande, viene un pedazo de diamante.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been here for 29 years.
Yeah. Dude, I remember starting out there.
Keep going. A little more past would be great.
Dependiendo de cuándo, si en la orilla de 50. Pero ahorita estoy tratando de ver si le pongo eso, ven como que. What did you say, Mark?
I don't remember.
Oh. So you squeeze it off, you see the result, you said what, keep on?
I think so. Yeah.
All right, Mark.
Yeah.
We actually have someone here that's looking for some services.
Okay.
And I know you guys got some business
Where you
cards. or
located?
something.
Where you located? Yeah, they're all looking for
San
business.
Clemente.
San Clemente? San Clemente. This gentleman is what kind of service?
Es travertino.
Travertine floor and travertine
Kitchen.
countertop.
Nice.
Anybody wants to give them a quote?
Anyone have business cards?
I'm a quote of myself. You guys don't get up.
Yeah.
I'll take that business right from underneath you.
We'll give you our business card.
Thank you, sir.
You have a key?
You don't have any business cards, huh? You don't have any business cards?
So here,
Are you out that way? Are you out that way?
how to do this.
San Clemente. You look hard. No?
See all the guys that actually, they actually own the equipment.
Yeah, but
They
he's.
actually have everything ready to go. Right. So all they're doing there.
It's America, man. It's built in competition.
Exactly.
Get my communication. Don't take my
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go over it 2 more times and rinse it and back that up.
It looks like that.
It looks like. And it takes time.
It takes time. There's a lot of polishing.
Oh, I didn't even look at the white.
You might show you. But at the same time, you pay for that, or you pay for these machines, and you're exactly what he was saying.
Uh-oh. Johnny. Wow from you. Look at that. I'm impressed. I feel good because you haven't done this before.
Unless you realize you really want to get something, then you buy all the equipment, have someone actually.
This is the church. The church has this one.
right, so take a look at the white. What do you see? Nice and hard, looks fantastic. This one here, we use a diamond renew, and it doesn't look as good. It's a little bit, it looks okay. But you see that little buildup, because we should use the EMP, but I wanted to run the white and this with the diamond renew, so you get a feel for the difference. So we did here with just the pads, right? You see how it looks pretty sharp. Now over here, with the excess chemical and the powder, it looks a little ripply, it doesn't look as good. So powders are not always easy things, and they're also not like everything for every job. I do like how it looks with just that pad. Now, but I wanted to show the difference between the two. So this is diamond renew, and you see how good it worked here, but I don't think this is anything that EMP could have done. So if you have some experience, and I know they liked it, they really like the diamond renew, EMP, that's why we do that most of the time for the classes. So